Recognizes yourself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Welcome to our first Energy and Commerce Committee meeting hearing of the 118th Congress, especially to our new subcommittee chairs, Jeff Duncan, who's our new chair of Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee, and Bill Johnson, who will chair the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals Subcommittee. Energy is foundational to every aspect of our lives, whether it's making energy more affordable and reliable, securing our supply chains, beating China, protecting the environment, addressing climate change, or putting energy security back at the center of policymaking. These should be bipartisan goals, and we've already proven they can be over the last few weeks. One of our actions on the floor was passing H.R. 22, the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act, and it passed with 113 Democrats voting for it. And then just last week, H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act, in another bipartisan vote to help ensure a vital energy asset isn't drained for non-emergency political purposes. These are just the beginning of a robust agenda to restore American energy dominance. We need to be doing more to secure and unleash American energy. Rush to green policies have had a devastating effect in Europe. Countries are rationing energy, switching back to coal-fired plants, and people are dying due to a lack of heat and electricity. America doesn't have to follow Europe down this path. Addressing emissions and unleashing abundant, affordable, and reliable energy aren't mutually exclusive. In the last decade, we've led the world in emissions reductions while increasing the availability of affordable energy through innovation. We did this while maintaining some of the highest environmental and labor standards in the world, and we must continue innovating and taking advantage of our abundant natural resources and reducing emissions. Natural gas is one of our greatest economic and strategic resources. We cannot afford to shut it down. Instead, we must expand production and continue building pipelines, the safest, most reliable infrastructure to move it around the country, and increase our capacity to export LNG to the rest of the world to reduce carbon emissions and combat Russia and China's use of energy to expand their authoritarian influence. We also have an opportunity to achieve a new renaissance in American nuclear technology and once again lead the world in its development and deployment. But to be successful, we need to rethink our restrictive regulatory approach and combat the anti-science opposition to expanding nuclear energy. We need to review the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's procedures and practices to be sure it can efficiently license new and advanced reactors. Thankfully, we're close to finishing the Vogtle plant in Georgia, but one new nuclear plant isn't enough. Ensuring safe nuclear power is essential for ensuring American energy and also for protecting the environment and addressing climate change. And we can do this without inefficient, burdensome regulations. Safety cannot be an excuse for doing nothing. To reestablish American nuclear energy globally, we need to approve and build new advanced reactors, establish a permanent spent fuel repository while exploring the potential for fuel recycling, and establish a reliable domestic fuel industry that supplies and enriches uranium and reduces our reliance on Russia. Across the board, we need to update the regulatory landscape to pave the way for energy sources and technologies of all kinds: hydropower, nuclear, natural gas, and oil, hydrogen, along with wind, solar, and batteries. Republicans support all of these technologies, but we do not support picking winners and losers through massive subsidies and rigging regulations to favor certain industries. Our energy solutions are climate solutions. We have a responsibility to our generation and future generations for cleaner water, air, and reduced emissions. Every energy technology and source has a role to play, but we need to be able to ensure that we're not becoming entirely dependent on unreliable, intermittent energy sources that rely on Chinese supply chains. It's time to flip the switch and unleash American energy. And this committee is at the very center of securing our global leadership and making people's lives better. I want to work with everyone, Republicans and Democrats, to achieve these goals. These cannot continue to be partisan issues, and my door is open to every member of this committee who wants to lead on unleashing American energy. And now I'll recognize our full committee ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rogers. And we just had our organizational meeting, and for those in the public, we're very proud of the fact that we now have the first woman chairperson of the Energy and Commerce Committee in its long history that goes back to almost the first days of the Republic. So let me just make that announcement. I'm sure all of you realize it, but I want to mention it again. Now, I want to say that we're meeting for the committee's first hearing of the 118th Congress. The first few weeks of any Congress are an opportunity to lay out our priorities for the next 2 years. But unfortunately, the energy bills that Republicans have brought to the floor this month have only demonstrated just how misguided and misplaced their priorities are. Both bills that were mentioned by the chairwoman, the one that dealt with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in China, and the one that we just dealt with yesterday or last week that dealt with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and said that we couldn't use it unless we opened up more public lands on the same percentage basis. They're both misguided because they limited this administration, or was an attempt to limit this administration's ability to bring down gasoline prices at the pump. And instead of moving towards clean energy, which is the future and the only way that we're going to have less dependence on dictators and have less volatility in the market, there was an attempt to try to give more opportunities to big oil, which frankly they don't even want, right? I mean, we know that during this the gasoline crisis that we've had over the past year or so, this idea that somehow big oil wanted to pump more, they wanted to pump the leases they already had was simply not the case. They wanted to keep the price artificially high. That's another reason why they opposed using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, because it brought prices down. So all I'm basically saying is, as we move towards an energy transition, let's keep in mind that encouraging renewables, as we did with the Inflation Reduction Act, as we did with the bipartisan infrastructure law, this is the way to go in the future. I am certainly one of the key people that believes that we have to use all sources of energy, whether it's nuclear, hydropower, the other things that the chairwoman mentioned, certainly all of the above. But the bottom line is that we're going to be left behind if we don't move towards renewables and encourage them the way that we did with the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, the chairwoman mentioned China. Now, make no mistake that the rest of the world, including China, are already embarked on a major transition to clean energy. In fact, China's investment in clean energy are so vast that the International Energy Agency forecasts that over the next several years, 40% of solar and wind energy growth will come from China alone. And yet, Republicans consistently oppose our efforts to catch up. If we don't move towards clean energy, if we don't use the proceeds of and the credits and the other incentives from the Inflation Reduction Act, we're going to be left behind. And that's going to mean left behind in terms of innovation, left behind in terms of the number of jobs that are created. And the irony of it is that although most, if not all, Republicans in the House voted against the Inflation Reduction Act, that many of those credits are going to the very red states and the industries in the very red states that want to take advantage of it. So this is not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is a bipartisan issue. We need to move towards clean energy. Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention that one of our witnesses today is Dr. Unruh Cohen. I want to thank her for all of her work as staff director for the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. I look forward to her testimony and the testimony of all the panel. But I just wanted to take a moment to thank my longtime staff director of our Energy and Environment Policy team, Rick Kessler, who's retiring this week. After 25 years of dedicated service to Congress, of which 12 years were spent with this committee, Rick has more than earned his retirement. Earlier in his career, Rick also worked in my personal office on energy and environmental issues. And last Congress, Rick was instrumental in our work on the Inflation Reduction Act, fighting to make sure meaningful climate investments, including many provisions from our own Clean Future Act, were included. And during his tenure, he was also instrumental in helping us pass the Frank Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act, the Pipeline Safety Act, legislation phasing down the use of dangerous HFCs, and many, many more energy and environmental laws. So he's been a devoted member of my team and our team, always guiding us by a sincere desire to improve people's lives. And I'm personally grateful for his many years of service. Wish him nothing but the best in the future. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
All the best, Rick. Chair recognizes Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee Chair Duncan for 5 minutes.
Thanks for recognizing me. I first want to start by saying congratulations on holding your first hearing as chair of Energy and Commerce Committee. You've been a champion of expanding all forms of American energy, and I look forward to working with you and the rest of the committee to deliver affordable and reliable energy to all Americans. I look forward to also getting to know my colleagues on the subcommittee on both sides of the aisle and trying to find common ground that we can work on to move America forward. I also want to thank all the Democrat members that voted for the SPR last week. It was a true bipartisan bill that voted out of the floor, and thank you for that. I want to thank the 4 witnesses that have attended the hearing today. I look forward to your insights on the state of American energy. America became the global leader in crude oil and natural gas production while also leading the world in emissions reductions. We did this by encouraging the entrepreneurial spirit in the private sector. The shale revolution is a perfect example of this. It is estimated that shale revolution saved U.S. consumers $203 billion annually. That breaks down to about $2,500 per family of 4. It also lowered energy-related greenhouse gas emissions by 527 million metric tons per year, the most in the world. American energy production and emission reductions are not mutually exclusive. Unfortunately, Democrats and President Biden's regressive energy agenda takes a whole-of-government approach to phase out the oil and gas industry, and that's just wrong. Their agenda discourages investment, and the top-down aggressive regulatory approach seeks to create government-controlled economy and energy sectors. Republicans on energy and commerce have solutions to reverse the Democrats' regressive energy agenda. It starts with unleashing all forms of American energy by creating a regulatory structure that encourages investment and innovation to bring all forms of energy online. Energy is the foundation of our economy, and it impacts every aspect of American life. High energy prices hit low-income and middle-class Americans the hardest. According to the EIA, 1/3 of American households struggle to pay their energy bills. 1 in 5 households have to forego basic human necessities like food and medicine in order to keep the lights on and heat their homes. The Democrats' rush to green policies are making energy unaffordable for American families. High energy increases the price of everything and contributes to rising inflation. Our policies put the American consumer first, so they don't have to decide between putting food on the table or keeping the lights on. Ensuring we not only have affordable energy, but also reliable energy is critical. There's no question a secure and resilient power grid is necessary for national security and a strong economy. For these reasons, our energy grid is an attractive target for our adversaries. Pipelines, refineries, and other energy infrastructure are also extremely vulnerable to attack. Our policies must prioritize strengthening and hardening our grid and energy infrastructure. Energy security is national security, and our ability to export plays an important role in this. Since Congress lifted the crude oil export ban in 2015, we've seen the benefits of free trade and open markets in the energy sector. When America is the world leader in energy production, the world is a safer place. There's no doubt about that. We can and should export to energy-dependent countries who rely on corrupt nations. We have seen how Putin has used energy as a political weapon to keep this stranglehold over Europe. The best way to decrease the leverage of OPEC and Russia, and the best weapon against Putin, is a more aggressive U.S. energy production policy. Nuclear energy also plays a critical role in energy security. Exporting our nuclear technologies gives us the ability to set global nuclear norms. Many of our adversaries recognize this and are prioritizing building up their nuclear sector. It's time the United States takes a hard look at the regulatory obstacles that stand in the way of nuclear advancement in this country. Republicans have solutions to bring more nuclear online by addressing inefficiencies in the permitting process while also maintaining our global gold standard in nuclear safety. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to bring more nuclear online so that we can once again be a global leader. The ranking member mentioned China. There's no doubt that China is adding wind and solar and other renewables to their energy matrix. They're also building a heck of a lot of coal-fired power plants, fossil fuel generation, mining rare earths that they need for all the technology, which is very detrimental to the environment. So we've got to address those issues. China will be a big part of that addressing, and I want to thank Chair Rogers for holding this timely hearing. It's time to flip the switch, unleash American energy production, and achieve American energy dominance. I look forward to the hearing and from our witnesses, and with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ranking Member Dingell for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's really fun to say that. And I want to say one of the things that makes the Energy and Commerce Committee so unique is not just our vast jurisdiction, but the willingness of members to work together in a bipartisan way to get things done for the American people. I've had the honor of serving on this storied committee since I was a freshman member of Congress. As the chair of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee for the past 4 years, I'm proud of the work that we did to hold the oil and gas industries accountable for the high gas prices last year and to help move our country forward. In just the past 4 years, the full committee has passed legislation to strengthen our energy infrastructure, accelerate the deployment of new clean energy technologies, and help reduce the harmful emissions that are driving the climate crisis. Thanks to those efforts, we've put our nation on course to becoming truly energy independent and no longer dependent on the global oil market, which is the goal. And so I'm hoping this hearing doesn't indicate that the majority is looking for ways to turn back the clock on that progress. I was disturbed that the majority memo that I read didn't mention renewable energy sources one single time and instead doubled down on frankly outdated policies advocating increased fossil fuel production, which will impede U.S. energy independence and make us more, ironically, make us more dependent on an unstable international market. And that's because oil and gas is an international market, and so if we produce more here, it just goes into the international market. We've all heard the slogans, drill baby drill, energy dominance, and now energy expansion. But don't be fooled. These policies will not expand our potential for new renewable energy sources, such as wind and solar, that will only increase our dependence on oil and gas. So that will weaken our economic, environmental, and national security in the process. They're nothing more than a giveaway to the oil industry to further pad their profits. Now, like Ranking Member Pallone, I was dismayed by the early energy bills considered on the floor. Just last week, Congress considered H.R. 21, a bill that would open up our public lands to oil and gas exploitation and limit the president's ability to respond to future energy emergencies through the SPRO. We've seen this all-out push to expand oil and gas drilling before, and it just doesn't work. Last February, the United States produced more than 11 million barrels of oil per day, one of the highest levels of crude oil production in U.S. history. But when Vladimir Putin launched his war of aggression in Ukraine, the price of gasoline skyrocketed, and we as a nation were immediately reminded of how reliant we continue to be on a global commodity that's subject to disruptions of international markets. The only way to secure our economic prosperity, our environment, and our national security is to break the addiction to oil as soon as possible. And so to do that, we must transition to clean energy technologies. Now, I think that we could work across the aisle on this. I think that we could work together on supporting the research that we need to advance new clean energy technologies that will both make us energy independent and help us reach our nation's climate goals. I'm sorry that my colleagues didn't support the CHIPS and Science Act that's made investments in our energy and science agencies. But I will also say, I do think, and I'm looking forward to working with Chair Duncan and with our friends on the other side of the aisle. We've already talked, and I do think that we can find bipartisan ways to both reduce our dependence on the international oil market and also to develop clean energy that will address the climate crisis. But what we have to do, Madam Chair, in my opinion, we have to stop retreating to our corners and seeing everything as a zero-sum game for whatever side. The markets and the utility companies and others have realized this. They have been moving to clean energy sources as fast as they can, and they need our help to be able to have the research and development to be able to make this secure, to make the grid secure, and to make the sources so that we can transition to a clean energy economy, be independent, and also address the climate crisis. So I look forward to working with you and with this committee. I'm excited about it, but we have to really hold out the branch and not talking about just drilling. With that, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Subcommittee Chair for Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals, Subcommittee Chair Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too want to congratulate you for being selected as the chair of the best committee in the House of Representatives, the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and for holding your first full committee hearing as chair and making it about such a vital issue: American energy expansion, strengthening economic, environmental, and national security. And I too look forward to working with you and our members on both sides of the aisle to do the right things. I agree that it's time for all members of our committee to get to work to come up with solutions to the major problems driving inflation in our country. A staggering inflation which threatens to lower all American standard of living and make us less secure. Just over 2 years ago, America was energy dominant. For the first time in 70 years, we were the largest energy producer in the world, and fuel for our homes and automobiles was affordable for working Americans. Unfortunately, the president and the Democrat majorities in the last Congress decided to wage an all-out legislative, regulatory, and public relations campaign to suppress that energy dominance, leading to skyrocketing and unaffordable gasoline, natural gas, and electricity prices for many Americans. Not just that, but rather than relying on superior American innovation and ingenuity to solve emission issues, which we've demonstrated, by the way, we're clearly able to do, this campaign against American energy and energy workers is attempting to cancel proven, increasingly cleaner forms of existing energy resources in favor of only a few forms of weather-dependent energy sources. And that has very serious negative economic and national security implications. Put simply, energy security is national security. We've heard it said over and over again, and it's true. It takes energy to produce raw materials, to manufacture products, to produce farm products like produce, eggs, and poultry, and pork and beef, to get those products to market. In fact, energy is at the center of everything. Americans have seen firsthand, they're living it, that limiting domestic energy production and cheapening the value of the dollar through reckless federal spending is a textbook way to drive inflation higher. We can do better. We must do better. Now, I'm not reflexively opposed to some of the Democrat solutions being proposed, like, for example, greater renewables deployment in our country, but where I struggle is with the practical implementation of these policies and plans, the costs and the potential negative impacts on the quality of life for American consumers. We can't just take what sounds good in town halls in wealthier coastal or metropolitan areas and insist that folks in less wealthy, more rural areas just jump in line and do it as well. If we want viable, sustainable energy solutions that make all Americans secure, that appreciates the diversity of our landscapes and doesn't rely on premature aspirational technologies or the availability of mineral supplies from foreign countries being available, then it's time to turn the page on the current national energy strategy, or a lack thereof, particularly since it's one that makes us more dependent on nations that hate us. To illustrate the point, I asked my colleagues to consider a recent report in the Washington Post. It suggested senior U.S. military officials are predicting and preparing for war within 1 to 5 years with China, the very country we depend on for the critical minerals required for many of the rush to green solutions. This is why we need to maximize the production of clean, reliable, affordable American energy and the associated critical minerals right here at home, along with improving the permitting process so investors aren't deterred by government-imposed barriers and uncertainty for new energy infrastructure projects. And friends, it's time to get serious about making rolling blackouts on our energy grid a thing of the past, and lowering gasoline prices with increased American domestic production, rather than being dependent on artificial market interventions by the White House. More domestic supply is necessary to meet these challenges, and we shouldn't fool ourselves into thinking that draining our strategic petroleum reserve assets is a recipe for success. We produce energy better, safer, and cleaner than any other place in the world. These facts used to be a source of national strength and pride, not to mention American international diplomacy. Let me conclude with a hearty welcome to our witnesses today. I appreciate that you're here, and I look forward to you sharing your experiences with us. With that, Madam Chair, thank you for yielding to me. I yield back the balance of, well, I've exceeded my time. So.
Chair recognizes Ranking Member Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, let me congratulate you on your great achievement, and Chair Johnson for his taking on leadership of the Environment Subcommittee. I've had the privilege of working with the two previous Republican leaders of the subcommittee, Representatives John Shimkus and David McKinley. During that time, we certainly had our disagreements, but we also found issues where we could go beyond partisanship and work together for the benefit of our constituents' public health and indeed the environment. So whether it is drinking water, brownfields, harmful air pollution, or the many other issues under the subcommittee's jurisdiction, I do hope we will be able to find policies where we can work together. And as we begin to consider how our nation can improve our energy security, foster innovation, and become the global leader in the energy economy of the future, I believe there have been great strides made by Congress in the past several years. In the 116th and 117th Congresses, this committee played an instrumental role in the development and enactment of several historic energy and environmental laws, including the Energy Act of 2020, the AIM Act to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The IIJA included $62 billion for DOE clean energy investments, including programs that will make our electric grid smarter and more resilient, build a domestic battery manufacturing and recycling supply chain, and support the development of cutting-edge industries through hydrogen and DAC hubs. The IRA built upon that down payment with nearly $370 billion in funding for DOE, EPA clean energy programs, an expansion and extension of a wide range of tax incentives, and other climate and clean energy investments. These efforts took our long-term national energy security seriously, positioning the United States to become the leader in many of the energy technologies and supply chains that will come to dominate the global energy system over the next several decades. And we are already starting to witness the benefits of this long-term commitment to a clean energy future. More and more private sector companies are making plans to manufacture and deploy clean energy technologies across our country. Electric vehicles, semiconductors, solar components, batteries, offshore wind turbines, and electrolyzers are all part of this growing effort to create new industries right here at home. It has been estimated that the IRA could result in 9 million jobs over the next decade, and many investments will support the deployment of affordable clean energy solutions, resulting in major savings for American consumers. These economic and job creation benefits are, of course, only part of the story. There will also be a significant reduction of pollution, which will mean fewer hospital visits and missed days of school and work. Reducing climate and traditional pollution will make us a healthier and more productive society as we continue to fight to avoid the worst potential consequences of global climate change. But we do know that even after the IRA and IIJA, there is still much more work to be done. So as we consider how to best build upon these historic bills, I would caution that creating loopholes in our nation's environmental laws for the benefit of polluting industries will not improve our long-term national energy security. On the contrary, our environmental laws can be a driver of innovation, complementing the investments we have already made to support the development and deployment of next-generation technologies. I do want to welcome a great public servant to the committee, Dr. Unruh Cohen, who can advise us on how to build upon the progress of the past 4 years. Dr. Unruh Cohen and former Select Committee Chair Kathy Castor played a critical role in the climate and clean energy successes of the 117th Congress. I can think of no one better to help us understand where we have come from, what we have achieved, and what is left to do to transition our nation and our planet to a more just and sustainable energy system. Thank you, Dr. Unruh Cohen, excuse me, for joining us today. And Madam Chair, I want to thank you for making this our first hearing of the new Congress. The American people should know more about the work that has been done to make our country less reliant on economically volatile and polluting industries. And soon we will be able to provide more information to our constituents and local businesses about how to take advantage of the generous tax credits and rebates in the IRA. So I look forward to having many more opportunities to share that information with the public in the months ahead. Earlier, our past chair, Frank Pallone, acknowledged Rick Kessler for the great work he has done with this committee and certainly with the subcommittee that I chaired. Rick, I thank you for an outstanding bit of professionalism that you brought to this committee. I thank you for the hard work, the passion, and the success that we've all enjoyed. God bless you as you go forward with your new career opportunities. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Our first witness is the Honorable Paul Dabbar, he was Undersecretary of the Department of Energy, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Morris-Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, and members of the committee, I'm honored to be again before this committee. I was with the chair last in Washington State a couple years ago as we were making good environmental progress adjacent to her district. Not so long ago, under the leadership of Secretaries Perry and Brouillette, the U.S. became the undisputed dominant country in energy. When I was Undersecretary in 2017, crude oil exports jumped from 0 to 1 million barrels a day. We were amazed by the jump. By 2019, exports had jumped to 3 million barrels a day. That year, for the first time since the 1950s, we went from the largest energy importer in the world to a net energy exporter. The Jimmy Carter founding mission for DOE had finally been achieved, and the U.S. became the undisputed dominant country in energy. We became the #1 producer of crude oil in the world, increasing from a low of 4.8 million barrels a day to 12.9, a monumental jump. We became the #1 global producer of natural gas. We became the marginal producer and the global price setter of crude oil, taking the crown from OPEC. We extended our lead as a top country in the discovery of new energy technologies, including solar, lithium-ion chemistry, and new drilling technologies. We were a solid manufacturer, including for turbines, nuclear, electric vehicles, and drilling. We allowed the country to build, whether it was wind, batteries, LNG, or pipelines. This resulted in energy price deflation, and the U.S. led the world in the reduction of tons of emissions. No other country came close to that combination. Production, technology, and manufacturing. Not China, not Russia, and not Saudi Arabia. This dramatic turn in energy posture not only created economic growth and security, it produced a new foreign policy playing field, and we were no longer at the bidding of a cartel. This allowed us to take the lead in stabilizing the global energy markets when COVID hit. We were so strong that the 2020 OPEC production agreement was announced from the White House. That was energy dominance. We did this by concurrently focusing on all the above energy policies, increasing all the above energy supply, strengthening energy national security and diplomatic posture, producing energy price deflation, and reducing emissions. This shift happened for 3 reasons: U.S. energy technology innovation, government policies that encouraged all the above energy supply, and investment by the private markets. The trigger was a vast amount of energy innovation technologies, much of which is now being deployed, did not exist 20 years ago. Then this committee, in a bipartisan and after many years of negotiations, passed several acts that made a big difference. Those E&C compromises I can summarize as, if you give me my pro-supply policies, I'll give you your pro-supply policies. But this balanced approach has taken a detour. and we're now back to asking Riyadh, Caracas, and Tehran for their help. Here are the steps that the committee can take to reestablish energy dominance. Require agencies such as Interior, EPA, and FERC to permit, license, and approve all the above energy types. FERC needs significant legislative reform, including a reform of the Federal Power Act and the Natural Gas Act, to make them do their statutory obligation to ensure that there is enough energy supply. They need to be required to approve transmission projects for all types of energy, and they need to radically overhaul ISO rules that encourage baseload that is being shut down faster than intermittent is being built. Capital providers need to be pushed so that investment criteria is not all about ESG, and that they should also care about prices, reliability, national security, and supply chain, versus supporting energy production moving overseas to autocratic regimes, including one using slave labor. That does not seem very ESG to me. And we need to continue to support discovery science and innovation, a leading strength of America. Our moment of energy dominance was a culmination of many factors: innovation, all the above, pro-supply set of policies, markets willing to invest, and strong energy diplomacy. As we confront the challenges in the energy markets today, we do well to remember the ingredients that made us so successful not so long ago.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Our second witness is Ms. Donna Jackson with the National Center for Public Policy Research, Project 21. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, and members of this committee, I thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Donna Jackson. I'm the Director of Membership Development for Project 21, the Black Leadership Network of the National Center for Public Policy Research. Project 21 is one of the oldest and largest Black conservative think tanks in the country. Our hundreds of members come from all walks of life, from small business owners, law enforcement, healthcare workers, teachers, energy industry workers, clergy, healthcare workers, both professional and non-professional. Most of us are not career activists, lawyers, or lobbyists, and more than a few of us actually live in the communities we hope to improve. I applaud this committee for kicking off a new session of Congress by looking at increasing domestic energy supplies and reducing energy costs. Needless to say, these costs are tough enough on the middle class, but they are even tougher and on those struggling to reach the middle class. In fact, they're actually harder than you may think. The U.S. Energy and Information Administration had some very useful statistics. It talked about the problems that Americans have in paying their energy bills. 1/3 struggle to pay their energy bills. 1/5 of them have to forego necessities. But of course, these numbers are double, nearly double for minority communities. And this report was actually a couple of years old, so added inflation makes it even that much harder. But perhaps even more damaging is their immediate difficulty of paying for sky-high energy bills, making it from paycheck to paycheck, and the long-term barriers to upward mobility and achieving a piece of the American dream. In so many ways, it's painful and unaffordable. Domestic energy is part of the ticket out of poverty, and we have so much of it. So much of it. For example, we see the entrepreneurial spirit of the Black community. In many Black-owned businesses and small-owned businesses, these businesses are struggling with and failing under the weight of high energy costs. And they also have regulatory compliances that they barely can afford. And it's disproportionately impacting small businesses that really want to make it in this country. It all adds up to a regressive tax on those seeking to better themselves, their families, and their communities by owning and operating their own businesses. Unaffordable energy means the individuals have less to spend on necessities. The Industrial employment has historically led to the emergence of a vibrant black middle class. But what we're seeing is these energy costs are destroying these high-paying gateway jobs for low-income and minority communities. And we have very few options to earn money to be able to make it into the middle class. Energy industry itself represents a very reliable source of well-paying jobs for people that don't have the options of being able to participate in the keyboard industry. And yet we're destroying those options for these individuals who have the American spirit, who want to do better, want to be self-reliant and not dependent on government assistance. We should not be making minority and low-income individuals an afterthought in saving this planet. Their lives matter. Our lives matter. And I applaud you that you're considering the fact of the hardships that unaffordable energy poses to people like me who have self-esteem, self-respect, and we want to be a part of this great American experience. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Dr. Unruh Cohen, former Majority Staff Director of the U.S. House Select Committee on Climate. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, and the members of the committee. I am Unruh Cohen, and I most recently served as the Majority Staff Director for the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. For a climate scientist turned congressional staffer, it will be hard to top serving as Staff Director for the Select Committee during the last 4 years under the leadership of Representative Kathy Castor and with other members of this committee while Congress passed the most consequential climate and clean energy laws in U.S. history. The last 4 years have underscored how energy, climate, and economic security are tied together. Between the economic impact of pre-vaccine COVID lockdowns, ongoing supply chain disruptions, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and extreme weather events, it's become clearer than ever that the United States needs to invest in building an energy economy that meets the needs of the 21st century. To thrive, we will need affordable energy that addresses the climate crisis, improves public health, and reduces our reliance on volatile global powers and their resources. The legislation enacted in the 116th and 117th Congresses, especially the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act, make critical down payments on achieving those goals. We are already seeing the benefits of these laws accrue across America. Since the enactment of the IRA in August 2022, almost $90 billion in clean energy projects have been announced, initiating new economic development opportunities across the country. And we will see even more in the coming years. The need for the clean energy transition is clear and growing in urgency. The United States faced $35 billion extreme weather and climate-related disasters in 2021 and 2022, with a cumulative price tag of more than $180 billion in direct economic losses alone. Other countries around the world have faced devastating heat waves, droughts, and floods in recent years. Without comprehensive climate action, the science points toward continued disasters with regional, national, and global consequences. The climate crisis and need for energy security will require governments at all levels to increase their engagement on energy and climate policies, to realize the potential created by the new laws, and to use the available tools to ease impacts on families when new climate and energy challenges arise. Congress, and especially this committee, will need to understand and respond to the increasingly dynamic global energy landscape to maintain U.S. global leadership and competitiveness. Successful energy and climate legislation must meet the tests of cutting climate pollution guided by science, reducing energy costs on families, advancing equity and justice, and creating good family-sustaining jobs. As this committee takes up energy and climate legislation, members should evaluate the bills with these metrics in mind: just as we did at the Select Committee and working with the standing committees in the 116th and 117th Congress. My written testimony summarizes many of the accomplishments of those laws. My testimony also summarizes the current global energy investment landscape as countries ramp up climate action. But climate considerations are not the only driving force behind increased interest in clean energy. Just yesterday, BP's chief global economist pointed to the Russian invasion as a reason that countries are seeking to increase access to domestically produced energy, most of which, he said, will likely come from renewables and other non-fossil fuels. As we've heard, China is leading that clean energy race, and we must catch up. They may be out front now, but the United States can close the gap and to power America in ways that improve our global competitiveness and help solve the climate crisis. American ingenuity is our superpower. Giving up on a technological competition is not the American way. Instead, we need energy and climate solutions that meet the needs of the 21st century, and we need them now. I'll close on a personal note. Many of you who know me from DC may not know that I was born and raised in Corpus Christi, Texas, or that my dad spent his career in the chemical industry, and my brother currently works in safety operations for oil and gas. I am well acquainted with the challenges that communities face in balancing energy production and public health, and I know we can do it in a way that find a way forward for a clean energy future that works for everyone and doesn't pit public health against economic security. Thank you.
American ingenuity is our superpower. Next, turn to our final witness, Mr. Robert McNalley, President of Rapidan Energy Group. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, distinguished members of the committee, I'm Bob McNalley, President of Rapidan Energy Group. With the exception of 2.5 years in the Peace Corps and 2 years working for President Bush, I've been an analyst, a historian, and a student of energy markets, policy, and geopolitics. I'd like to briefly summarize my view on where we're headed in oil prices and touch on some energy policies. Let me start with the good news. For the best part of the last 20 years, OPEC is no longer controlling the global oil market. Let me tell you the bad news. For the best part of the last 20 years, OPEC is no longer controlling the global oil market. That's why we're seeing a return of this Space Mountain price volatility. It's paradoxical but true. When the oil market does not have a successful, durable supply manager like OPEC, or before it, the Texas Railroad Commission, oil prices wildly gyrate in boom and bust cycles that hurt our economy, national security, and environment. What to expect in the future as you do your work. More of what we've seen in the past. Oil prices are going to gyrate between 5 to 7 year boom phases when they go up and bust phases when they go down. At the late summer of 2021, we exited a bust phase, lower oil prices, and we're in the foothills of a multi-year boom cycle. President Putin's decision to invade Ukraine hit fast forward on this boom cycle last year, as we saw with $5 gasoline. But oil prices quickly retreated when all the Russian supply we thought we were going to lose did not go offline. Now, the shale boom is a huge economic and security benefit, but it will not insulate our consumers from oil price volatility. Therefore, we cannot retreat into energy isolationism. We must work with allies to support domestic energy production and support infrastructure, bolster free trade, maintain ample stockpiles, and prevent adversaries from holding the world hostage to economy-wrecking disruptions. As we enter this new multi-year boom phase, it's all the more important that we resist or correct policy mistakes. These include old ones, like 1970-era ideas of windfall profits taxes or restricting exports. Look, on the windfall profits taxes, profits are going to go up during booms and down during busts. Seizure of them by the government will only worsen supply and increase prices later. Restricting energy exports will not lower pump prices at all for any meaningful period of time, if at all, for our consumers. Longer term, it will raise them. Restrict export, you get less supply, you get higher prices. Moreover, restricting exports now would help Putin, help Iran, and hurt our allies. Newer errors to resist or correct include an overall shift, unfortunate, from all the above to keep it in the ground. As we enter a boom cycle and face geopolitical risk, it's critical that capital flow back to fossil fuel production, refining, and infrastructure. Fossil fuel is 82% of our primary energy supply. Oil alone, 31%. Renewables, they're great, 7%. Policies that delay or impede the return of capital expenditure to fossil energy will only tighten supply-demand balances further and punish consumers with even higher energy prices. Strategic Petroleum Reserve cries out for course correction, members of Congress. At 372 million barrels, the reserve is down by about a half, the lowest in 40 years, due to recent emergency and non-emergency sales. Now, the energy gyrations after Russia's invasion of Ukraine illustrate the folly of frittering away our emergency supplies. To their credit, President Biden and the Congress agreed to cancel 140 million barrels of planned emergency sales. And it signaled an interest in refilling. And Chair Rogers, you shepherded a bill that will also impose restrictions. Finally, and this is often overlooked but very important as you begin your work, I would like to highlight for the committee's attention an overlooked but crucial area for improvement. A large gap has opened between increasingly unrealistic energy transition targets on the one hand and objective and timely analyses required to assess their cost and likelihood on the other. President Biden and some members of Congress have called for outlawing the use of natural gas and coal in electricity by 2035. That's 60% of our generation. It's astounding there has been no cost estimate by EIA of this proposal. Meanwhile, under political pressure, the IEA has ceased providing a policy-neutral reference case scenario and adopted a peak rosy demand scenario. On that basis, they have called for no new investment in oil and gas in the world. I can't think of anything more catastrophic for energy than that. Now, to conclude, our country is blessed with enormous energy resources. The sweats and the smarts exhibited every day by our intrepid energy sector workers underwrite our standard of living. Perilous market and geopolitical conditions may loom, and policy risks certainly abound. But if we leverage realism, pragmatism, and innovation, we can protect our economy, security, and environment. I wish you and your committee success.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll begin the questioning and recognize myself for 5 minutes. Restoring American energy dominance and putting security at the center of our energy policy should be the top priority. And we should be sure that our policies don't put Americans and our allies at strategic disadvantage to geopolitical adversaries like China. The Biden administration's national security strategy, released in October, mentions climate more than 60 times. It talks about, quote, an urgent need to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels. By contrast, the Chinese president's annual report to the National Congress of the CCP, a few weeks later, only mentions climate twice and warns a gradual withdrawal from traditional energy must be based upon safe, reliable replacements. He talks about less restrictions on fossil fuels. There seems to be a mismatch of priorities here. Mr. Dabbar, your testimony makes the point that as a dominant energy producer with an all-of-the-above mindset, America strengthened its national security, lowered prices, and helped drive down carbon emissions. The developing world will continue to demand affordable traditional energy for the next several decades. So does it make sense for the United States to cede its energy dominance in traditional energy to China?
Thank you, Chairwoman, for the question. I would like to make the point that China is absolutely not the benchmark for clean energy. Some people like to point out about how much they manufacture. They produce more emissions than the whole OECD combined, and we lead the world in the reduction of tons of emissions, and China is increasing by 3 times per year than we're cutting. These are just numbers, right? These are just facts. And by far, I wrote a paper at Columbia I published last week, 57% of all the BTUs in China from all energy uses is from coal, and it's going up. It's going up. And so China is not the benchmark, right? They do manufacture some things well, but they are not the benchmark. I wish everyone kind of just knew kind of the fact pattern on that. U.S. leadership for energy allows us flexibility around prices, as we were hearing earlier. And as many people here who are veterans, there are less people in the way than when I was younger, when I was in the military, and it allows flexibility that did not exist, and it allows us, from a security point of view, to support our allies, which if we hadn't been building what we've been building in Texas and elsewhere, we would not be in the place today to help our friends.
Would you speak briefly about how we make sure that we can export our energy and technological innovations like advanced nuclear to developing countries rather than having China and Russia increase their influence?
So, Chair, as Congressman Tonko pointed out, U.S. leads the way in energy innovation. We need to do better at manufacturing. We're not bad at it, but we can do better. But almost everything that's out there in the world was invented in America. The lithium-ion battery chemistry was funded by DOE and the National Science Foundation. I was there when we won the Nobel Prize for the lithium-ion battery. Drilling technologies, we lead the world in drilling technologies. Solar, thanks to Secretary Chu and DOE, drove down those costs. So the important part is about how do we need to continue to support innovation. We lead the world on that. And we need to figure out how to take some of those and continue to build on our leadership to export.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to Ms. Jackson, and you make a very compelling point about energy affordability. You know, just a recent review of the Energy Information Administration data shows that residential electricity prices up 24% since January 21, industrial rates up over 30%. Would you just talk briefly about why lowering energy prices is so important to the communities that you work with?
You know, minority communities already are at the low end of the spectrum in terms of resources and finances. The average income for for Black Americans is $48,000 a year. They're basically living on about $3,700 a year. They don't have that much extra money to be able to spend on unaffordable energy. It disproportionately impacts their standard of living. We're experiencing the largest decrease in the standard of living that we've ever experienced in my lifetime. We're struggling to be able to pay our bills and be able to go to work. We're struggling to be able to buy food. We're struggling to buy shoes for our kids, clothing. We don't have any extra money left over for even necessities, not luxury items, necessities. And though we want home ownership, but we can't save any money. We want to be able to start our own businesses, but we can't save any money.
Thank you.
Every week, we're in a negative deficit.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleased to yield to the ranking member, the full committee, Mr. Pallone. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rogers. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about energy expansion and security today. However, as I alluded to in my opening statement, I reject the premise that fossil fuels are the key to expanding our energy security here in the 21st century. So, Dr. Unruh Cohen, in your testimony, you highlighted some of the actions that Congress took during the 116th, 117th Congress and that President Biden took last year to enhance our energy security, particularly through the Energy Act of 2020, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, and of course the Inflation Reduction Act, all of which this committee played important roles in developing. So let me ask you, could you speak about how the investments we made in our electric grid in the bipartisan infrastructure law and the hundreds of $billions in investments we made in the Inflation Reduction Act will enhance our energy security by speeding the energy transition?
Thank you for the question. Enhancing and expanding the grid is one of the most critical aspects to transitioning to a clean energy economy, reducing pollution from the electricity sector, which then has knock-on effects for other sectors. And so in both the infrastructure bill and in Inflation Reduction Act, we had critical programs to invest in the resilience of the grid and the expansion of the grid. And I think those will come to fruition soon. We're already seeing some good signs on building more transmission, as well as using the existing footprint to upgrade with the technology so that we can carry more electricity and electrons on the given footprint.
Well, thank you. Now, I also suspect we'll hear quite a bit today about the so-called benefits of dirty sources of energy. But even from a pure energy security perspective, fossil fuels come with plenty of costs. So would you talk about how some of the vulnerabilities of the fossil fuel-based economy, both as it relates to our dependence on petro-dictators as well as cost to consumers, and could you talk about the risks we would face to our energy security if some of the critical investments included in the IRA were rolled back?
That's a big question. But yes, as oil and methane are now international markets, so as we stay dependent on them here in the United States, the demand and use of them around the world, as well as either geopolitical attacks or disasters that impact the delivery, have repercussions on both the price and therefore our U.S. economy. In the United States, we have a few states that are oil and gas producers, and they see that benefit in their economy. Most of the states are actually consumers, and so as we see volatility in price, that has a negative consequence on everybody's economic outlook. So we have to keep that connection in mind. And as I said in my oral testimony and in my written testimony, the future is moving to reducing the use of fossil fuels, ramping up clean energy fuels. That enhances our domestic energy security. It helps improve public health. And as we are seeing, it means more economic development and jobs in the United States. And all of that movement is underscored by especially the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act.
I know you have only a minute left, but I wanted you mentioned with regard to the Select Committee on Climate and actions that Congress could take to build on the work of the BIF and the IRA towards a more clean energy economy. What are some of the things this committee should be focusing on in this Congress in that regard? You've got 45 seconds.
Okay, well, I have three that I'll try and get through. One, I think there does need to be more focus on grid enhancement. Actually, Senator Manchin's proposal had some language on the grid that I think Energy and Commerce staff also liked to help deploy more things, deal with cost allocation. So I think that's something the committee should look at. Workforce issues are incredibly important, and I know in the last Congress, this committee, along with education and labor, worked on some very important legislation going towards the energy workforce. I think that needs to be a focus. And finally, the consequences of the climate crisis are here. Adaptation and resilience has to be a focus of every committee that has some jurisdiction. EPA has some important programs there that fall under the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that sounds like some bipartisan things we could work on.
For sure.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for holding today's hearing, and also congratulations to you on your first hearing today, and look forward to working with you to get energy to the forefront here in the United States. I also want to thank our witnesses for being with us today, and your testimony. It's always important to have you here so we can get your views out. But if I could start with my questions, Secretary Dabbar, in your testimony on page 3, you set up about reestablishing energy dominance here in the United States, but I want to point and hone in on one of your sentences. You state, and they need to radically overhaul ISO rules to encourage baseload power that is being shut down faster than new intermittent plants are being built. I come from Ohio. What we do, we make things. We have major manufacturing in my district across the state. That means when I'm talking about steel, when I'm talking about float glass, when I'm talking about our central foundry over in Defiance, I think about all the different things that we have to have massive amounts of power. In 2014, we had a polar vortex that went across the Midwest, and every power plant in the state was up and running, that we did not have one blackout or brownout because every one of those power stations is up. I think it's important to point out about baseload power. Can we get baseload power? And we're for all the above energy strategy that we talked as Republicans in 2008. But my question is, when it comes to baseload and peaking, and I think that's a problem that a lot of people don't understand, but where is that limit where we have to be at to make sure that we can make sure that these lights come on every day and those plants go on every day with baseload capacity?
So I'm a big fan of wind and solar, and they're great at low costs on kind of a spot basis. They are the worst technologies when it comes to availability and intermittency. Okay, so these are just kind of technology kind of fact patterns. And what's happened with ISOs is that they've become kind of Rube Goldberg kind of contraptions that they used to be when many people here were part of initial setting up ISOs about free markets, about having market clearing prices and have transparency. In reality, what's happened, RPS standards, production tax credits, all these different things have made these constructs incredibly fragile and have encouraged baseload from being shut down. In New York, they shut down good, well-running nuclear power plants to replace it with intermittent. And many areas of this country, more power plants are being shut down than are being built. And that's just a fact. That's just kind of numbers. And so at the end of the day, the ISOs, under the Federal Power Act, under the authority of FERC, are allowing an increased vulnerability in the power markets year after year. And I strongly think that FERC needs some more guidance from this committee on increasing reliability before it tends in the wrong direction.
Let me go on, because you're talking about on nuclear. I think it's also important to bring this up because I know that I'm working with Senator Barrasso over in the Senate to advocate for policies that build our domestic nuclear industry because it's so important. And I think it's important, but one of the questions I've got is how critical is it that the United States builds up its nuclear fuels infrastructure in this country?
Congressman, I wrote a paper about this in an article in The Hill. There's portions of nuclear fuel fabrication that are fine, such as making fuel rods. But I think as many people here know, the U.S. is significantly exposed to Russia in terms of uranium enrichment. 47% of all the uranium-enriched services that are a key component to making nuclear fuel is from Russia. It makes OPEC seeming like a minor component of crude. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about how to incentivize enrichment being rebuilt in this country. When DOE and Centra shut down the last enrichment plant in Kentucky, the U.S. has had no ability. And as a side point, the U.S. has lost its ability to make high-enriched uranium for the nuclear weapons program. Most people have no idea that we've lost the capability of making new nuclear material for weapons. And that's all related to this topic. I think this Congress should take a look at how to incentivize bringing it back from Russia.
Well, and again, because again, when you think about with Russia and what's going on today and our dependence on them, it's critical for this country to get out there and make sure that we got a nuclear fuel security program that we can rely on. But I want to thank our witnesses, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will now go to Ms. Eshoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each one of the witnesses. I have to tell you that I'm having a little bit of a tough time figuring out what you're for, really what you're for. I hear a mix of, woe is us, we were in great shape, we're not anymore. Some are for a mixed portfolio of energy sources. If you were to sum up in a sentence, starting with, I don't have my glasses on, Mr. Dabbar? Yes. What is it that you want the Congress to do relative to energy? Is it displacement of other sources of energy? Are you saying that we should, pursue more oil? One sentence. What's your top line to the Congress of the United States today?
I think in one sentence, Congresswoman, I think properly incentivizing and authorizing all forms of energy that are support reducing emissions concurrently with that is the right general set of policies to do.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean? Are you? I mean, if you're promoting oil and that there be more oil exploration, just say it so that it's clear, and then it's up to members to decide how that. I think that we have to have a mixed portfolio. I think that countries around the world, including the United States, are in big trouble given what emissions have caused us. We know that we have to have energy to operate, but it's a matter of what it is. So if it's oil, say so that it's clear, because otherwise it sounds like to me kind of a convention of just generally speaking, a convention of energy suppliers having a discussion. Do you want to redo your one sentence, or you're sticking with it?
I would make one comment, Congresswoman, that a colleague of mine at Columbia made a point that there's a difference between supply and demand, and as long as there's a demand for an energy type, so as long as we're still having internal combustion engines for a period of time, maybe long, maybe short, you can have that debate. It's better for America to produce that oil. Saudi Arabia right now intends.
Well, your colleague over here said the good news is that the OPEC is not in charge of the bubble or whatever anymore. So you don't see. I don't think. Well, whatever. It's a difference of opinion of witnesses here. How about the gentleman at the end? What's your one sentence?
Yeah, Congressman Eshoo. So my one sentence would be, go back to all of the above. Federal policy in the last 2 years has shifted from bipartisan, all of the above, to anti-fossil fuels. Keystone Pipeline decision, call to end federal leasing, the ban on gas and coal
That's a
and
long
electricity.
sentence. Okay, because my time's running out. Doctor? Mm-hmm.
Congresswoman, I'd say what Congress needs to evaluate their actions on is getting America and the world to a net zero carbon pollution economy. So you need to evaluate everything that's coming through here of whether that will help advance that goal in the United States or us working with partners. It may not mean the total end of fossil fuel, but it will be a managed transition to achieve that goal.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I'm for letting the markets decide what energy sources we should use. If you prop up a energy industry.
That's one sentence. That's one sentence.
Well, if you
Thank
subsidize something, then of course they'll produce more of that.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, everyone.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will now go to Mr. Guthrie from Kentucky.
Thank you very much. I think someone said more plants are being shut down now than being built. You know, the concern with that is on December 23rd, when we were all wondering if we're going to get home for Christmas because of all the snow's coming in, the ice coming in, the storms coming in, our plane's going to fly. You know, all that tension, and are we going to pass a bill or not? And then you get a phone call from my wife saying, guess what? We were out of power. So in Kentucky, where I represent the Paradise, a plant that John Prine's parents are from, that area. They finally shut down the coal plant after that song's been around for a long time. But we're having rolling blackouts in Kentucky, December 23rd and December 24th. So my constituents experienced that. So Mr. McNalley, according to the Energy Information Administration, carbon emissions from coal from the United States is 2.5% of global carbon emissions. And yet we're shutting down coal plants where people are not able to have heat on the coldest days of the year. So my question for you, can you talk more about implications for policymakers of like the International Energy Agency? They provide forecasts that do not include accurate baseload power needs. And also, let me just go to my second question for you. What information are expert statistical and energy information agencies like EIA and IEA not providing us? And do you think that these forecasts gloss over the factors that should be considered like grid reliability?
Thank you, Congressman Guthrie, for that question. And if I could have added a comma and a sentence or a phrase to my sentence, it would have been, and get objective and timely data so you can do your work. Indeed, one of the main reasons we need to have IEA especially return to what we call a business as usual or a reference case scenario is you can't do a cost-benefit analysis without one. When folks refuse to put a forecast out saying, look, here's the future if we just freeze policies in place, they don't do that, then you cannot assess the cost and benefits of different policies to maintain adequate electricity supply for your constituents while we're trying to decarbonize, which is important. So we have to insist that the International Energy Agency go back to providing the tool you need to evaluate policy. On the EIA side, they are ably led by Joe DeCarolis, and they're a wonderful resource for this country. However, they have been AWOL in terms of providing you with objective, honest forecasts of the implications of the policies that are being pursued by this administration or proposed. That's simply unacceptable. We ought not be afraid of science and analysis and forecasts, but you're literally flying blind at this time.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Dabbar, a lot of times when I hear people back home, these questions they'll ask me, let's say we do what? I think California has electric-only vehicles by 2035. If that was to come to pass for the country, something to that nature, you're dismissing, you have some environmental issues you're trying to address, but you create so many other implications and issues. People ask me, what are we going to do with the batteries once they're used? The rare earth minerals that I think we left $3 trillion in Afghanistan when we pulled out in that chaotic decision the Biden administration did. I think the Chinese were waiting to move in. I mean, so what are the implications of outside? I know we're trying to decarbonize, but what are the other implications of some of the decisions coming from the things like the Green New Deal, the IRA, other things such as that?
Yeah, so one of the things I always find very problematic is arbitrarily picking technologies by legislators. The technology market moves much faster than a legislative process. I'll give you an example. I just wrote a paper in The Hill in which I pointed out that California has looked at banning all internal combustion engines. But in Congresswoman Kelly's district, they figured out how to manufacture negative carbon gasoline, that when you burn it, it's net zero, okay? So a technology neutral option of something interesting coming out of Illinois, rather than saying everything has to be electric vehicles, why not let innovation drive the opportunities that we have in front of us had not been invented? And so I think that there's a lot of great examples that we should have a technology neutral policy and let us kind of drive to the future based on that.
Thank you. In just about a half minute that I have left, what are some lessons learned from Europe in their decisions in their carbon fight? What's some good lessons? Maybe you or Mr. McNalley can answer.
Don't become dependent on Russia or any other adversary for your critical supplies of energy, a lesson we ought to take heart, as we've heard, with regard to China.
Thanks. And you hear people say that that's the reason we need to do all the wind and solar, because we can be independent ourselves and still have fossil fuels in this country. We lost that independence. So my time has expired, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will now recognize the ranking member of the Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee, someone I look forward to working with in this Congress, Ms. DeJette, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit an article from Energy Wire titled Ukraine War to Accelerate Shift Away from Fossil Fuels.
Without objection.
Thank you. This article reports that BP's own annual energy outlook acknowledges that, quote, the increased importance placed on energy security as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war leads over time to a shift away from fossil fuels toward locally produced non-fossil fuels, accelerating the energy transition, end quote. And so this hearing is about discussing the strength of our economic, environmental, and national security. In other words, it's energy independence. Now, as I mentioned in my opening statement, my colleagues have put forward policies and ideas that suggest that they think energy independence hinges on increased domestic development of oil and gas resources. But as I said, energy independence can only happen with a rapid transition to clean energy. And so, Dr. Unruh Cohen, first of all, I want to thank you for your work on the Select Committee, and I also want to thank my colleague Kathy Castor for her wonderful work on that committee, too. In your expert opinion, will increasing oil and gas production help protect the American public from the volatility of the global oil market? And if not, why not?
Increased U.S. production will not necessarily protect American consumers from volatile energy prices, because we're still connected to the international market. And so if something the world away causes production to go out in Saudi Arabia and we have a price spike, then that passes through our entire economy.
Even if the oil and gas is produced here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, will increasing oil and gas production reduce the cost of extreme weather and climate-related disasters?
It will not.
And will increasing oil and gas production ensure that our economy, the U.S. economy, is thriving?
It will not.
Will increasing oil and gas production mean that the United States no longer imports crude oil from countries like Saudi Arabia?
Most likely not.
Okay, so if increased oil and gas production won't protect consumers for price shocks from the increasing cost of natural disasters, from the boom and bust oil economy, and it won't make us energy independent, what do we need to do, very briefly, to achieve energy independence, and how do we need to get there?
I think our goal should be energy security, which means relying on clean energy produced here in the United States and working with our allies around the world. And there's a whole host of technologies that will help us do that, and we'll see an acceleration in those based on the laws that have recently been signed.
Now, you're not suggesting that tomorrow we would have to stop using oil and gas, but you're saying we would need to have a transition. Is that right?
We need a managed transition. That's what we need for our economy. That's what we need for our energy workers. That's what we need for our communities that depend on energy for their tax base. That's why we had so many things in the Inflation Reduction Act to help those communities and those workers transition.
Great, thank you. And speaking of those communities, Ms. Jackson, I wanted to just talk to you for a minute, because in my congressional district, I have a lot of low-income communities that are also environmentally very vulnerable. And I have a neighborhood, Globeville, Elyria, Swansea, which is just downwind from a gas plant, from a gas refinery, and they have had terrible environmental problems. There's lead in their soil, terrible asthma increases, all kinds of other problems. So I wanted to ask you the question. I know you advocate for low energy costs, and I agree with that, because those people have a hard time paying for their energy in the winter. I agree with that. But wouldn't you love to see an economy where we could both reduce those environmental impacts on low-income communities and also have low energy prices? That would be a yes or no answer.
That would be yes with stipulations.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I need to apologize to the gentleman from Kentucky for not recognizing him as the chairman of the Health Subcommittee. So welcome to that, and good luck. I now want to go to the chair of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dabbar, Inflation Reduction Act, we've heard about that. We've heard about trying to, do all this stuff in America. And one of the stipulations in that act when they were doing all the Green New Deal type stuff inside of what was supposed to be the Inflation Reduction Act was that we would do it in America. We're going to do it in the United States. So I've got a couple of questions in that regard, and that is, one, recently the DOE awarded a $200 million grant to battery maker Microvast, even after the company told the Securities and Exchange Commission that they were heavily dependent upon policies made by the Chinese Communist Party's apparatus in China. Do our DOE officials do a decent job of vetting these, or do they just fill them out, and if they've got an address in Texas, that's good enough?
Yes, Congressman, I can't exactly define what DOE did on the Microvast award, but as you correctly said, the company itself told the Securities and Exchange Commission it was a Chinese-controlled entity, and that it did not meet American accounting standards, and the Securities and Exchange Commission was looking at delisting them from the United States. Even though technically it was legally incorporated here, the vast majority of the operations were in China by their own admission and with the SEC. It is, I think it was the intent of the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act to strengthen American companies and to for those battery technologies, amongst others, get us away from China. And that is a bit of a question on why they decided to see that.
So you would think that was a bad decision by DOE to give them $200 million?
I think that there are plenty of other companies, there are plenty of battery companies, and I'm not certain why awarding it to someone who self-admits that they're a Chinese-controlled entity. There's probably other ones in the United States to support.
Let me ask you about Contemporary Amperex Technology Company Limited. Now, this is a Chinese battery manufacturer and also attempting to get both Virginia money and federal money, made a deal with Ford, but in that deal, Ford would own the physical plant, but the Chinese company would have all the technology, they would control all the technology and all the actual manufacturing. Is that really a way to bring American green technology into the forefront, or are all we doing is becoming a colony of China when it comes to battery technology, when we take our taxpayer dollars and give it to the Chinese, even if they have a Ford nameplate on the outside of the factory?
Yes, Congressman. It appears that Ford and the largest Chinese battery manufacturer, the largest one in the world, CATL, decided to structure legally to get around the Inflation Reduction Act American requirements by having Ford front them, but it was really going to be a CATL plant. I applaud the governor of Virginia to turn that down. But whether it's this committee or Ways and Means, I would hope that someone would write a letter to Treasury as they look at writing the tax code underneath the Inflation Reduction Act, and make certain that lawyers, no disrespect to lawyers, I'm a nuclear engineer, don't come up with all these options that legally get around the Treasury rules, but allow Chinese companies to get a greater foothold in the United States. Hopefully that's quite bipartisan.
Well, I hope that will be bipartisan, and I can assure you that we'll continue to do oversight from this committee. Hopefully other committees will do as well. With the remaining time that I have left, I would be remiss if I didn't give Ms. Jackson some time. If you could expound on how late and missed electric bill payments, in light of the fact that the rates are going up for everybody in the country, including poor folks, how the late and missed electric bill payments compound the negativity on families living paycheck to paycheck.
Well, we're not living paycheck to paycheck. We're living paycheck to Wednesday, and then we're borrowing money for people to be able to last us to the end of the week. So the impact is devastating. This is the deal. Here's the situation. We should be making sure our community shouldn't be an afterthought. And so when you're sitting down there thinking about how you're going to work with energy, we should also be considering the cost.
And the cost for the poor families in particular. Thank you very much. My time's up. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair will now go to Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. Transportation is one of the most polluting sector of our economy. Emissions from gas and diesel engines are directly responsible for the premature deaths of 17,000 to 20,000 Americans per year. And that doesn't even take into account the much larger impact of vehicle emissions as one of the leading causes of climate change. And that's why I have been a long-standing champion of stronger vehicle emissions rules and stronger fuel economy standards. and why I lead yearly appropriations efforts supporting clean transportation across different agencies. Dr. Unruh Cohen, what are the health benefits of clean transportation, especially with regard to frontline communities?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The public health benefits of switching to cleaner transportation, transit, other ways to get around the country and our communities is huge. So many communities are impacted by NOx, smog, particulate matters, black carbon that come from both on-road and off-road fuel use, that we can significantly decreasing those leads to immediate health benefits, both for asthma in kids and elderly. I mean, we're even in the point where we've identified some of those pollutants can cross the placental boundary in women. And so, babies still in their mother's womb are being impacted by air pollution.
Okay, thank you. In 2021, I co-led the Medium and Heavy-Duty Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Act, which would fund EV charging equipment for medium and heavy-duty vehicle fleets. This would help state and local governments, municipal service providers, and trucking companies electrify their fleets. The Inflation Reduction Act expands the 30C alternative fuel refueling property tax credit to help governments, businesses, and individuals buy and install EV charging stations. Dr. Unruh Cohen, what will the EV charging infrastructure look like in America in 5 years, given the incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law?
Well, as Yogi Berra is said to have said, it's hard to make predictions, especially about the future. But what I'm confident in saying is things will look totally different. The investments from both the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act are really going to mean a huge expansion and improvement in our charging structures across the world, across the country. We're going to see a huge increase in electric school buses, which is going to be incredibly beneficial to the budgets as well as the health of school districts all across the country. I think we'll be in a position where people will feel very comfortable traveling, going on the Great American Road Trip in their electric vehicle.
Okay, thank you. California leads the country in rooftop solar capacity, with more than 8 million California homes benefiting from the cheapest source of energy known to man. I am a strong supporter of rooftop solar and is proud to champion expanding the 25D residential clean energy tax credit in the Inflation Reduction Act. When we talk about grid resilience, it's important to remember that many homes in Florida and Puerto Rico with rooftop solar did not lose power even after they were battered by powerful hurricanes. Dr. Unruh Cohen, what role does rooftop solar have in the clean energy transition, and how can it help make our electric grid more resilient?
Thank you for that really important question. Rooftop solar has incredible benefits, both to save consumers money on their electric bills and build that neighborhood resilience. I think, increasingly we'll see neighborhoods with rooftop solars developing microgrids so that when those and additional placement of power of PV and batteries, other things that critical schools, fire stations, those types of places in our communities, so that when disaster does happen, there is still a power source, there is a place where people can come to get electricity and do the things they need in the aftermath of disaster.
Okay, thank you. I'm running out of time, so thank you very much for your testimony. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and now I'll go to the subcommittee chair for Innovation, Data, and Commerce, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your subcommittee chairmanship as well. Since the Biden administration came into office, Americans have been faced with persisting energy crisis. We are in the midst of unprecedented increases in cost of living, and I continue to hear from my constituents on a daily basis regarding how difficult it is to make ends meet. I want to highlight one in particular, if I may. Patricia is an 84-year-old constituent who lives in Hudson, Florida, in Pasco County, with her 62-year-old disabled daughter. They live on an extremely strict fixed income. Their electric bill has gone up an average of $50 per month in the past year, despite the fact that they do not use central heat or air conditioning in their home. And you know what it's like not to have air conditioning, particularly in the state of Florida. So when coupled with other inflationary increases in the price of food and medicine, this mother-daughter senior duel has been pushed to the brink of financial hardship. Sadly, many of my constituents have similar stories to Patricia, and very clearly from Mrs. Jackson's testimony, the most vulnerable Americans are disproportionately affected. The United States needs energy policies that make energy more affordable for Americans, not more expensive. That's the bottom line. Particularly, I want to focus on improving the permitting process for pipelines and expanding pipeline infrastructure. I mentioned that this stat, I mentioned it earlier in the roundtable that we had last week. But according to the American Petroleum Institute, Florida will face a 42% higher market forward prices for natural gas than the average this calendar year. One of the main factors contributing to these higher costs is a lack of adequate pipeline infrastructure. Mr. Dabbar, can you please talk a bit about how delays in pipeline permitting, like for the Mountain Valley Pipeline and the canceled Atlantic Coast Pipeline, impact the ability for these projects to be completed or even deter the undertaking of these projects in the first place? And again, what recommendations do you have to help expedite pipeline infrastructure for the American Southeast?
Yes, Congressman. So when a company comes along and wants to build a pipeline or a transmission line, they estimate how much it's going to cost and how long it's going to take to start building and how long it's going to take to build. There's two things that have really exploded the challenges around that. One is that the extended approval processes, when people come up with a project cost and the approvals take a very long time, those project costs, because of inflation, become uneconomic. And we're seeing that, for example, in Massachusetts, actually, with offshore wind right now. They proposed a contract. The approvals have taken so long, and then the inflation topic is on top of it. All of a sudden, the offshore wind projects, they withdraw them because they don't make economic sense anymore. So the combination of inflation plus very, very long approval processes are really impeding any sort of construction in this country today.
Thank you. Another question for Mr. Dabbar. In addition to addressing the delays on the agency's side, is there anything we can do in Congress to reduce the delays brought about by the courts?
Congressman, I've never written a law from scratch like everyone here has, but I do think that the Federal Power Act and the Natural Gas Act are not definitive enough to make FERC approve and meet their statutory obligation to deliver energy of any type. Everything is getting held back. So I would recommend that this committee take a look at how to facilitate and maybe things such as time stops, time clocks, that maximum amount of time to review. That's not to say yes or no. It's just put a timeline on so it doesn't take 10 years for a 10-mile road.
Very good. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman. Chair will now go to Ms. Castor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Unruh Cohen, thank you for returning so soon to help us focus on policies that will help America build greater energy security and policies to help solve the urgent climate crisis. While it's disappointing that Republicans in Congress have dismantled the Climate Committee, I have incredible pride in the progress that our committee and the Democratic-led Congress made for America. We're talking about lower cost clean energy, creating good-paying jobs, and building healthier, more resilient communities. We could not have accomplished all that we accomplished without your leadership and expertise. So thank you very much. You know, at the outset of the creation of the Climate Committee, we convened and did broad outreach to people all across the country, business, labor, faith leaders, scientists, farmers, entrepreneurs, and members on a bipartisan basis. It culminated in this Solving the Climate Crisis Action Plan that made 715 policy recommendations to help solve the climate crisis. And I'm so proud to report that as of today, 438 of our policy recommendations were passed in the House of Representatives, and 314 were passed into law. The report was described as the most detailed and well-thought-out plan for addressing the climate crisis that has ever been part of U.S. politics, an extraordinary synthesis of expertise from social and scientific fields. What that did is it really culminated in a lot of the new laws, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest clean energy and climate investment in U.S. history, the bipartisan infrastructure law that will help make communities more resilient and electrify transportation, the CHIPS and Science Act that will empower industries to lead the clean energy transition. And I love the stat that you cited in your testimony. In the 9 months since the Inflation Reduction Act was signed, companies have announced more than $90 billion in new clean energy investments. So these are magnets now for capital, investing in our workers, in our communities, and in the clean energy future. And though the Climate Committee ended with the last Congress, our fight has to continue. And I want to highlight to everyone, I'm going to send this around to their offices, we did a year-end report that highlights key accomplishments and then additional opportunities, because there are so many more opportunities that we've got to focus on. Meanwhile, the last 8 years have been the hottest on the planet. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in their recent assessment, made clear that the next few years are critical to limit warming. Thankfully, progress begets progress, and with our accomplishments, we are poised now to move into significant implementation. You answered a question from Rep. Eshoo about the most important is to focus on net zero, getting to net zero as soon as possible. So go into a little more detail on the most important steps of implementation on how we get there to reach our climate goals and reduce climate pollution.
Thanks for the question. And, you know, one of the good news, just going back to some of the permitting discussion in the Inflation Reduction Act, we also had nearly $1 billion set aside to agencies to help them do those analyses and get the projects permitted that we need to get permitted. So I think that's one of the first things that we need to see. We need to see that implementation on the ground. We need to see, we need to build the EV infrastructure. We need to upgrade and expand our transmission infrastructure and using the programs that we passed in the infrastructure and in the Inflation Reduction Act. We also need to see the partnership with states and local communities and business organizations, because much of what we passed in the Inflation Reduction Act there's tax credits, there's other programs and initiatives that are going to help states do even more. So I think it will be really important for Congress to work with the Biden administration to see those the implementation of those two laws in particular come to fruition.
We really are at an exciting pivot point, and thank you again. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Chair will now go to the Chairman of the Subcommittee on Environment, Manufacturing, Critical Minerals, my friend from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Today it's clear from our testimony that America needs a course correction on our national energy strategy because the current strategy simply is not working. In fact, it is increasingly evident that we don't really have a national energy strategy at all. A change in direction must be made. Republicans on this committee have the plans and the legislative proposals to do just that. It's already been said, energy security is national security. That goes for us here in America and for the rest of the world. Other countries are thinking about this. Look at China. Do you think they cornered the market on rare earths and critical minerals by accident? Do you think it never occurred to them that in a time of great power competition, this would give them the upper hand? I'll get back to that in a moment, but right now, America is in a similar spot with natural gas. Global demand is booming, and demand will remain high for decades to come. We have plenty for use here at home and to export abroad. Natural gas can and should be our global power differentiator. We should want the world to rely more on us for natural gas, not the other way around. So, first, Mr. McNalley, I appreciated your recommendations in your testimony, making changes to the Natural Gas Act to cut the red tape surrounding LNG exports. I've got legislation that would do that. Can you explain to our committee, when we are leading in exporting energy resources around the globe, and even though it certainly supports jobs and investment here at home, how is it that that also improves America's geopolitical position abroad?
Thank you for that question, Congressman Johnson. Nothing less than making the United States an arsenal of energy, as we were an arsenal of democracy under President Roosevelt during World War II. We are the world's largest natural gas producer. This year, we're going to be the biggest exporter. And 2/3 of our exports have been flowing to our beleaguered allies in Europe, facing the largest war since World War II on the continent there. And we're beating the Qataris, the Norwegians, the Azerbaijanis put together. And, Winston Churchill said, security and energy comes from diversity alone. And thank God our allies, both in Europe and in Asia, in Japan and South Korea, they know they can rely on the United States as an arsenal of energy, an ample source of energy imports, especially when they face our geopolitical rivals. So it's hard to overstate when you look at history, when you look at our current predicament and the outlook, how important being an arsenal of energy, keeping domestic production strong and policies favoring exports alive.
Well, continuing with you, Mr. McNalley, back to critical minerals and rare earths, it's hard to believe our military relies on China for this stuff. We need to scale up domestic production rapidly, and if you read the reports, I do believe America can do this safer and cleaner than anywhere else that it's currently being done. Can you go a bit further into how environmental regulations could be improved or changed to allow this to happen here in the United States?
Thank you, Congressman. Congress might want to consider establishing a national stockpile for critical minerals and tax credits and other incentives to produce it here at home. And we might want to think about restricting the dependence, at least at some point in the future. It may be hard to go cold turkey, but in the coming years, to require that we get off of Chinese sources for our critical minerals and so forth. So I think there's a variety of things I think you and others have been thinking of doing. Frankly, it's really just common sense, and I think you should pursue that course and will. Thank you.
In a final kind of statement here, I've heard it mentioned several times, to get to these bipartisan solutions, one of the things we have to do is not go into our respective corners on this important issue. And words matter. And I think one of the things that if we could just come to an agreement, the word transition doesn't mean what a lot of people out in America thinks that it does, right? The Biden administration uses the word transition to talk about getting rid of fossil fuels. That's a negative way to use that term. I mean, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can increase market-driven innovation on renewables without throwing out the bathwater and destroying the three-legged triad of oil and gas, coal, and nuclear that provide the resilience, the reliability, the affordability, and the sustainability to our electric grid. With that, I yield back.
Chair will now recognize Mr. Sarbanes for 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Unruh Cohen, I want to talk a little bit about the profits of the oil and gas company, which, to be very candid, drive me insane. So we've seen through 2021 and 2022, ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, Shell made a record-breaking combined profit that's anticipated to be well over $200 billion. They were also getting taxpayer subsidies during this time. I'll come back to that in a moment. We also have information today that Chevron announced $36 billion of profit, and Exxon this morning announced a profit of $56 billion. Some of our colleagues on the other side suggest that, you know, this is a necessary evil. It's what has to be done to fund research and production and so forth on the part of that industry. But then you look at how they're using these profits, and we see that Chevron announced that it would be spending $75 billion to buy back its own shares and only investing $12 billion into its business to increase production. And of course, these profits we've seen over the last few years have come at the expense of ordinary citizens out there being gouged at the pump. So it's clear that at a minimum, taxpayer subsidies to that industry don't make any sense given the profits they're posting. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would, Mr. Sarbanes.
And to the extent the government is going to provide investments, aren't the investments that are reflected in the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, in clean energy and building out our future there? Aren't those the kinds of investments that make a lot more sense?
Yes, Mr. Sarbanes, that's correct. In our work in the Select Committee, you know, we argued that we should be aligning our tax code and our investments to drive the U.S. economy to this net zero carbon pollution.
I mean, look, there's something to be gained by going back and looking historically. The United States wanted to establish its fossil fuel industry at one point as premier in the world, and so the government stepped up as a partner to try to drive that kind of innovation, and it was a very successful partnership. Now we have the opportunity to go create a clean energy future, again, lead globally. That's what we're trying to do with the pieces of legislation that we passed. But the model's really no different. It's just this mature, successful, very profitable fossil fuel industry is no longer in need of support. If anything, we should be looking at ways to suss out what about their profit-making enterprise is fair to the American consumer and what is unfair, and how we can look to different kinds of investments to stand up this other set of opportunities. But before we run out of time, just speculate with me on why the industry can't seem to free itself of this alternative reality. I would think that with the profits they're raking in, they would want to step into that clean energy future, using all of their assets and leverage and exercise leadership globally, establish themselves as real players in that arena. But for some reason, their reflex, their instinct is to keep doubling down on the old way of doing things. What's the problem there? What's the difficulty with the frame of thinking?
Well, I think as you look at oil companies, you really need to examine whether they want to be oil companies or whether they want to be energy companies, because we need energy companies in the 21st century, and that may be a whole range of things. And even if they're saying they want to be energy companies, and that may mean they're diversifying their portfolio, the next you have to look, as you mentioned, at where they're putting their money. Is it just a little token piece of investment in other renewables or other technologies, or are they making a significant shift?
Thanks very much. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. And the chair will now recognize the gentleman from the crossroads of America, the great state of Indiana, Mr. Bouchon. Dr. Bouchon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My constituents in Southwest Indiana need access to reliable, affordable, and environmentally sustainable energy. Look, all of us want to breathe clean air, we want clean water to drink, and we want clean land to utilize and enjoy in the future. That's kind of universal, right? But when out visiting energy stakeholders recently, someone explained the current ideologically driven efforts to replace all the fossil fuel generation with wind and solar in this way, and I'm paraphrasing, basically said this is a battle between politics and science and physics. And I can tell you which one will win out. And I think what he meant by that is we need to start looking at the facts and get away from the ideology. And in that vein, Dr. Cohen, I just want to ask you a yes or no question quickly. Does the U.S. government own any gasoline stations in America?
Did you say gasoline?
Yeah, like you go to pump your gas. Does the U.S. government own any of them?
I assume DOD has some fueling.
Did we build them?
So.
The answer to that question is no. And so I just don't see why the U.S. taxpayer should be funding EV charging stations across the country. Look, I support EVs, but why should we be doing that? Because we're doing that because the market won't bear it. The free market at this point in our country won't bear it. If it in the future does, I'm all in. Let the private sector do it. And so I didn't ask you a question. I didn't ask you a question. Every point you make on energy issues in this hearing depend on massive federal government subsidies and not the free market. So I just wanted to point that out. We have just a disagreement, I think, between our two sides here. Believers in the free market and let technology wherever it goes, all the above, or massively subsidize green energy at the expense of energy security, national security, and cost. So, Mr. Dabbar, I'll ask you this question. Do you believe that current investors in the energy sector are primarily motivated by what? Politics, physics, science? If they're looking to invest, and what are the pressures being put on them by politics?
So, Congressman, they're still primarily focused on profit. That's excellent for America.
Course.
But there is pressure from investors around ESG because of people who feel like that they need to do a certain shift, and they do certainly get that pressure.
Of course they do. And where do you think, same question, Mr. McNalley, you have any comments on that?
I would agree with my colleague. It's profit, return on capital. And
Right.
I would just point out...
but I'll just give you my view. But we're using ideological politics to try to divide, to direct investment in a free market capitalist system, and that is a huge mistake. Let the system work. Mr. Dabbar, again, you mentioned in your testimony that FERC needs to radically overhaul ISO rules to facilitate increased base load power. What should we do?
The markets that right now try to support base load, the capacity markets don't work, and more power plants are being shut down than are being built. I think that FERC needs to come up with new rules that specifically require either the ISOs or maybe even going back to the utilities, like in the old days, where they have an obligation to serve. Right now, there's no obligation to serve. And that's the challenge in the markets right now. The individual power plant owners don't have an obligation to serve, and the wires companies don't have an obligation to serve other than keep their wires up. But supply itself, where it used to be the individual utility had a, quote, obligation to serve, meaning to actually make the power, to have power plants, that has been pushed out to the ISOs, and they are not incentivizing power to actually be built.
Thank you for that answer. I just want to point out, some but one of you mentioned that we shouldn't be using China as a benchmark. And let me just partially tell you why. I mean, since 2021, they're building 33 gigawatts of coal-fired power generation, 3 times more than the rest of the world combined. They're building 14 new power plants since 2021 in their own country. And here, listen to this. But they will finish another 27 abroad. They're driving this worldwide. Of course, it is true they're trying to expand the renewables also, no doubt. Currently, there's about 1,118 coal-fired power plants in China, 225 in the United States. So I just want to concur with that testimony that they are not our benchmark. And first of all, the other thing is, we're our benchmark. We should be the benchmark driving the global energy economy. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair will now go to Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I get into my questions, Dr. Unruh Cohen, I believe you wanted to respond to the last exchange that you had.
Just thank you for that, Mr. Tonko. Just a couple of points. You know, the physics that Democrats have been concerned about are the physics of climate change. And we've known since 1856 in experiments that happened in Seneca Falls, New York by Eunice Foote that putting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere warms things up. Secondly, the government is totally involved in many ways in subsidizing transportation, whether it's the hundreds, you know, the centuries-long oil subsidies, biofuel subsidies. You know, we are involved, the U.S. government, for many years, building highways. We're involved in transportation. This is nothing new.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Jackson, I agree totally that we need to be focused on energy affordability and advancing solutions to reduce low-income Americans' energy burdens. It's a must. In 2015, though, I would acknowledge that 1 in 3 households reported experiencing energy insecurity, and 1 in 5 reported reducing or foregoing necessities such as food or medicine to pay an energy bill. 11% of households reported keeping their home at an unhealthy or unsafe temperature. So this is not a new challenge. We have and have had real problems with energy affordability in our country. But we also have very important programs that can help alleviate these burdens like LIHEAP and DOE's Weatherization Assistance Program. So Dr. Unruh Cohen, the Select Committee's report recommended significant support for DOE's Weatherization Assistance Program. Can you explain why we should be providing upfront funding to low-income families to support cost-effective energy retrofits of their homes?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question. Weatherization is one of the most important things we can help low-income families deal with. The incentives for renters sometimes precludes, you know, upgrading on energy efficiency. And so instead of seeing their energy bills skyrocket with insulation, with that weatherization, they can stay warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer and reduce their energy use and thus their energy bills and insulate them also from the volatility of electricity markets. On a personal note, my mother benefited from this program in Colorado, and it has meant a warmer house for her as she's seen some deadly cold weather there in Colorado Springs lately.
Thank you. And in the 117th Congress, the bipartisan infrastructure law provided some $3.5 billion for the Weatherization Assistance Program. This funding will do a lot of good. Households receiving weatherization assistance save on average of $372 each year on their energy bills. These are real savings that can make a huge difference for families struggling to pay their utility bills. And there are other modest changes we can make to the program to improve it further, like allowing more funding to go to each household to account for the increased cost of construction materials and to allow service providers to train and retrain a qualified workforce. Dr. Unruh Cohen, I mentioned the Weatherization Assistance Program funding in the IIJA, but are there ways the Inflation Reduction Act is expected to reduce energy costs for Americans?
Yes, there's a whole a host of additional things in the Inflation Reduction Act that will help homeowners be able to purchase more efficient appliances. We'll see more money flowing to state programs that help provide rebates and upfront, cutting the cost upfront as people are purchasing those appliances, as well as just the overall advancement of adding more clean electricity. People will see just a general reduction in electricity costs. My written testimony quotes some of the analysis that have been done on the Inflation Reduction Act that gives us some sense of the benefits to come.
Thank you. And Mr. Dabbar, based on your testimony, you seem very proud of the work you did at the Department of Energy to support the development of innovative energy technologies. You mentioned breakthroughs in battery chemistry, solar technologies, and nuclear energy. Can you explain what you see as the role of the federal agencies like DOE to partner with the private sector and academia to support emerging energy industries?
Yes, Congressman, as we've talked in the past about Brookhaven and elsewhere around the country, new energy technologies, we lead the world in New York and elsewhere. And one thing I want to point out is that beyond lithium-ion battery chemistries, lithium-ion's great American invention, Nobel Prize, say again. But there are many other technologies in the battery space that can outperform potentially lithium-ion. And that will reduce the critical mineral requirements and imports from elsewhere around the world and actually have it perform even better. And the support by this Congress, many labs, DOE, is leading the way to even more innovation on that front.
Thank you. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman from New York, and now I'll go to the Tar Heel State, North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say you're doing an excellent job there. You look good with that gavel in your hands. And it's really an honor for me to serve on this committee again, this Congress. Our committee has a long history of coming together to produce bipartisan solutions, and I look forward to continuing to work with all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the coming Congress. And I want to thank our witnesses for your time today and for the excellent testimony you've provided. For the last 2 years, the Biden administration has failed to take meaningful steps to address energy production. Energy prices have surged to historic highs because of this, and all of our constituents have been paying the price. This winter has been extremely difficult for my constituents, particularly those on fixed income. Bad energy policy and the rising energy prices and the disruptions to supply that result from that disproportionately impact working families and lower income communities. And Ms. Jackson, I appreciate your testimony to that effect. I would like to extend you an opportunity to answer the question earlier about LIHEAP and affordability for lower income, if you'd like to expand on your answer.
Yes, I wanted to piggyback on her. You're talking about weatherization programs. The problem with minority communities is that they don't own their homes. What they want is home ownership, and we have climate policies that restrict that because it makes building materials and the cost of building new homes so expensive that it creates artificial scarcity and pushes them out of the marketplace. The other thing is when you talk about electric vehicles, when you create a mandate on electric vehicles, basically what you're doing is excluding Black people from being able to own a private vehicle, which is very much needed so they can be able to get jobs that are outside of their communities, because most of those jobs don't exist where they are. So weatherization benefits, of course, the landlord who owns the home. Subsidies for solar panels benefits who? The landlords who own those homes. We're renters, the majority of us, and creating higher energy costs is increasingly keeping us out of home ownership.
Thank you for that answer. change the direction a little bit. Last month, 2 power substations in Moore County, North Carolina, were targeted with vandalism, causing a multi-day loss of power for nearly 45,000 residents. Besides not having heat during the coldest part of the year, residents of Southern Pines and the surrounding communities lost thousands of dollars as a result of spoiled food and medicine, lost wages for workers and income for business owners, disrupted transportation, and created a lack of accessibility and essential services. Now, I'm proud of my neighbors for the way our community rose up and took care of one another, but this was a tough time. And just 2 weeks ago, another substation was intentionally vandalized in neighboring Randolph County. Disruptions to our energy supply are dangerous. They're costly, and they're unacceptable, especially when more than 1/3 of the U.S. households reported skipping or reducing expenses like medicine or food in order to pay their energy bill in the first place. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues to find solutions to these problems and hearing from stakeholders on how we can address grid security. I'll start with you, Mr. Dabbar. How do energy disruptions caused by a vulnerable grid impact our national security?
So, Congressman, it is a high degree of worry. When we were at the department instead of the office, the Caesar office, there is a significant amount of equipment that is produced overseas, including we found from China, that they could easily have backdoors because, as Mr. McNally's pointed out, energy is just in time. There's very little storage in electricity. There is some, but it is incredibly minor compared to demand. It is fragile. The system is very fragile because it's very just in time. And so small disruptions can have, of the electrical grid can have a massive impact. And the importance of building software, hard support, it is an amazing vulnerability for the country.
Well, thank you. Mr. McNally, we've got 30 seconds left. You want to chime in there?
Congressman, as a new resident of Southern Pines, I was directly impacted by that outage. I was also directly impacted by the brazen, Russian-based attack on the Colonial Pipeline. It is astounding. We've not spent more attention on that. That was the largest foreign attack on our energy sector ever. The closest we came was when the Japanese forgot to bomb the tanks at Pearl Harbor, would have set back World War II a few years. That was the closest risk. They hit us. They cut that vital artery that serves airports, major airports, and military bases. We are not deterring sufficiently, and I think we have some recommendations that we've put into testimony to how to improve, how we manage the next attack. I don't think it was well managed at all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I see I'm out of time, but with your indulgence, I will submit in writing questions for our witnesses on sort of what they see as the role of Department of Energy and the Congress in working towards this goal of grid security. Thank you.
Members are reminded they can submit questions to witnesses in writing. The chair will now go to Ms. Clark for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for holding this important hearing today. Let me also add my voice in congratulating Chairwoman Rogers on being appointed as chair of this historic committee. That said, I am deeply disappointed with the majority's failure to explicitly include any reference to environmental justice, racial or economic disparities, or inequality in their document organizing the jurisdiction of this committee. I remain steadfast in my commitment to environmental justice and protecting the most vulnerable of our citizens. The exclusion of a clear commitment to environmental justice demonstrates a complete disregard for the historic marginalization and unjust systems exacerbated by our country's dependence on fossil fuels. The impacts of the climate crisis, including climate disasters like historic heat waves, hurricanes, and flooding, disproportionately hurt the most vulnerable among us. Historically marginalized communities of color, those living with medical conditions that require electricity, older people, communities where there are language barriers, pregnant women, and children. Far too often, outdated energy sources like dirty peaker plants, power plants, which spew twice as much carbon dioxide and 20 times as much nitrogen oxides than regular power plants, are most often located in low-income and communities of color. Democrats understand that our country cannot continue to invest in sources of energy that exacerbate environmental injustices, pollute our communities, and rely on markets dominated by foreign dictators. That's why we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which invested a historic $369 billion in clean energy made in America and bringing down greenhouse gas emissions. This bill, which not a single Republican in the House voted for, included provisions to lower energy costs, electrify homes, and so every American, not just the wealthiest, can be part of the transition to the clean energy community. This transition must be both just and inclusive, which is why we have to look back as well as forward to remediate past injustices. I want to thank all of our witnesses for joining us today. My first question is to Dr. Unruh Cohen. Can you expand on the intersections between climate change and racial injustice?
Thank you, Congresswoman Clark, for that important question. Unfortunately, the climate crisis hits the most vulnerable, and that tends to be poorer communities, communities of color, because they've had to develop in that lower-lying area, places that are flood-prone on the coast, not to mention our tribal communities in particular. So time after time, we see those communities and people who are least able to adapt really being hit. I mean, what we saw in the U.S. Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico now on multiple times, I mean, it just illustrates within our own country the challenges we face. And then when you look globally, you see countries that have contributed just a minimal amount to the warming that we've experienced, feeling the huge impact from the warming that we've already seen.
So as natural disasters caused by climate change continue to increase in frequency and severity, we must invest in resilience in low-income communities and communities of color so that our homes and critical infrastructure are prepared for when the next superstorm, wildfire, flood, or heat wave strikes. That's why I've partnered with my colleague, Congresswoman Barragan, to introduce the Energy Resilient Communities Act in the last Congress. So Dr. Unruh Cohen, could you explain the role of distributed energy sources like microgrids powered by renewable energy in building out our nation's resilience to climate change disasters?
Yes, as I said earlier, rooftop solar and microgrids in a normal day help lower costs for the electricity. When disaster strikes, they can be isolated from the grid and continue to be able to provide power and electricity to communities as they're confronting, some terrible times.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask for unanimous consent to submit this report from the American Public Health Association entitled Energy Justice and Climate Change, Key Concepts for Public Health into the record.
Without objection.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. The chair will now go to Michigan. It must be cold up there. It's also known as the Mitten State. Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 degrees this morning. Appreciate the panel being here today. Wish we had more time to talk about some reality issues as well, and I appreciate the reality that has been brought. Recently, utilities in my state have announced, and in my district, that they will be closing some of our coal power plants even faster than initially planned. While I support cleaning up our environment and diversifying our power supply, we need to ensure that it's done intelligently, that it does not come at expense of reliability, cost, or jobs, and did I say reliability? In some areas, the coal plants are being replaced by clean natural gas, which has cleaned up the world, or at least cleaned up our country and could clean up the world if we allowed it to take place and pushed it. In others, wind and solar will take up the mantle. This summer, there were already capacity shortfall concerns in the region. I don't know if you've ever been to Michigan in January, but I worry that solar and wind just won't cut it. Mr. McNalley, companies seem to be in a race to transition to green energy. Meanwhile, demands for energy is growing, especially with the Biden administration's push for EV adoption and electrification. And I'm not sure these companies even believe in this race, but they lack the courage to stand up to my issue, the green religion. How is this transition impacting reliability across the country? And should we expect concerns about the brownouts and blackouts to grow?
Thank you, Congressman. May I suggest there's an absence of just core knowledge? If you think from Moses until Harriet Tubman, 5 millennia, the fastest a human being could travel on land was a horse. And the reason we transitioned from horses to cars and planes and so forth was not a peak horse policy. It wasn't central planning. It was a human innovation to solve kind of cravings we had. Actually, illumination was where oil started. And so we have to be very wary when we try to think that government central planning can effectuate a rapid and quick energy transition. The truth is energy transitions happen very rarely, very slowly, and due to innovation and so forth. And when we see government get involved, you have unintended consequences. The earliest version of the corporate average fuel economy programs the National Academy of Sciences determined about 20 years ago was inadvertently killing people by forcing automakers to downsize and downweight the fleet. We had an inadvertent kind of a human cost. We were trading blood for oil out of a well-intentioned policy to conserve oil. So my recommendation, sir, would be that everyone, all of us, me included, studied the oil history and energy history, have humility, learn the facts, learn about energy transitions, and be very careful when calling for sweeping government intervention in energy markets that sustain our quality of life.
I'm from the government. I'm here to help you, right? Fermi and Cook nuclear plants are in my district, one on Lake Michigan, one on Lake Erie. The last nuclear reactor we built in the U.S. came online in 2016, and it took 40 years to get it from conception to operation. Meanwhile, China is now the world's fastest expanding nuclear power producer. We need to reevaluate our country's approach to this technology. Mr. Dabbar, the cost and timeline to jump through all the regulatory hoops seem to discourage investment in new traditional nuclear reactors. I get that. How can small modular reactors reshape U.S. investment in nuclear power, or can they?
So, Congressman, in theory, small nuclear SMRs are similar to the Navy reactors. I ran a Navy reactor. They're built on time and on budget. It's much more likely that if something is contained, can be produced in a central factory, is going to be on time and on budget. That is not good enough. I ran the environmental program at DOE. I ran a very large nuclear business. It was not on time and on budget for a long time. When we left, it was back on time and on budget. People didn't believe that could happen. And so part of it is good technology, but part of it is culture, transparency, and running projects well. And I'm going to do a forum on that at Columbia on how to make certain we're able to do that in nuclear going forward.
Well, I wish you good success, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Members are advised their votes are going to be called about 1:30. Try to get to 2 more, one on each side. Mr. Cardenas of California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I grew up with freeways and power plants surrounding my community. As a child, I remember not being able to go outside and play because of smog alerts. That was normal for us back then. It's improved because of government responsibility, both state, local, federal, et cetera. That's the responsible way that government should be involved in trying to manage what is good for the American people, not just consider it to be, hey, laissez-faire, let the markets take care of it themselves. By the way, the oil industry in America is very subsidized. So it's not necessarily a free market system. Hasn't been for a long time, and it isn't today. Since I was a kid, science has shown that realities of climate change have worsened. The fact is that communities like mine have felt the brunt of climate change intimately because we've been on the front lines unjustly, paying the price and also for the power plants on all sides of on my side of town, but not on the other side of town, while certain companies and oil companies get richer. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues are beholden to the special interests of the fossil fuel industry and continue to fight for the expansion of oil, gas, and coal. Expanding our nation's dependency on fossil fuels doesn't strengthen our economy, our national security, or our response to climate change. It hurts our economy and burdens the American people unjustly. Democrats understand that when we don't prioritize our climate and health, it hurts the American people and leads to higher prices in energy at the gas pump. It makes our national situation vulnerable to our adversaries, and once more, it has devastating long-term effects. That's why both the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act included critical investments in clean energy infrastructure and grid resilience. In your testimony, Dr. Cohen, you referred to the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report being a code red for humanity, and note that the damages that stem from the climate crisis will disproportionately harm disadvantaged communities. Can you elaborate on why it's necessary to prioritize equity and justice if we truly want to avoid the worst devastation?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And, I think it goes back to your childhood experience. Until we had government's standards and safeguards for public health, communities like you, kids like you, were growing up, surrounded by smog and other things. Mr. McNalley made a point about horsepower, and I think it would just be important for this committee to remember that the U.S. automobile industry was still using whale oil as a lubricant until we banned the import of it in 1971. So there are important reasons for the government to intervene, and equity and addressing environmental injustice is a critical one right now. We spent a lot of time on the Select Committee thinking and recommending we integrate that. I think we're in a place where we have turned that corner, and every climate and energy bill really needs to have that environmental justice and equity lens. The Biden administration is moving forward on that with their Justice 40, and I think Congress needs to continue to support those type of programs.
When was the EPA created? Wasn't it early 1970s?
It was, yes, in the 1970s, yep.
And has the EPA been a good impact on improvement of our environment in our country, or is it something that maybe should have never come about?
I think the EPA and its mission to protect public health and welfare has been incredibly critical to our economic development. We have seen the U.S. have a phenomenal economic growth since the 1970s, as well as cuts in air and water pollution. We need to do more as we learn more, but we can absolutely protect every American's health even while we grow our economy.
One of my colleagues talked about foreign attacks, but yet at the same time, I think they called it the freeze that happened in Texas. And that turned out to be not only deadly, but also beyond that, long-term shocking for families that were paying hundreds of dollars a month for their energy bills and then found themselves with $5,000 and $10,000 or more in energy bills. Was that an attack from another country, or was that Mother Nature?
That was extreme cold and the natural gas industry in Texas not being prepared for it.
Or not being regulated very well either.
I think they could do better, speaking as a native Texan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The chair will now go to the peach state, even though we grow more peaches than you do in my district. Mr. Carter from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to take this opportunity to begin with to congratulate the chairwoman. I'm excited about what's ahead for us on this committee in the next 2 years in this session, and I want to congratulate her. I also want to congratulate her on the choice for the first full hearing that we have. What better bipartisan subject could we have than American energy? And I think, we all agree that we want America to be a positive energy leader in the world. So kudos on choosing this, and it's extremely important. Mr. Dabbar, you mentioned the fact that we want to return to American energy dominance and that it's very important. And this would require allowing America to unleash all of our energy potential. And we are certainly not doing that at this point. When we talk about energy security globally, we got to be talking about reliability. It's paramount. We understand that. And I think that's probably why we haven't heard more about global power relying on solar or wind, because they're just not reliable at this point. But nuclear is. And because it's baseload, it's 24/7, it's clean. It's everything we want. And you know, and it's exciting to think about the future as far as the innovations go, the advancements that we've seen in fusion, the permitting SMRs. We just talked about SMRs. I'm excited about that, and I think people should be excited about it. But let me ask you this, in the context of global energy security, when we're talking about global energy security, how important is it for us to have a robust domestic nuclear energy to compete with adversaries like China and Russia around the world?
So our energy costs have been the lowest, amongst the lowest in the world, including in electricity. That's a great sucking sound of industry. And we're seeing the opposite of that in Germany at the moment, right? High-risk energy policies, high prices. Their industry is moving out, and it's great. They're moving to America. That's actually a big strength of what we have as a result of all that. And so that's energy security drives the economy, drives us as a nation. It's also about us in the world. Once again, I'm making reference to all the veterans here. We fought a lot of wars. A lot of wars were around energy. The whole Kuwait War was frankly, about them invading and about energy. And our ability, and with all disrespect, when we moved from 4.8 million barrels a day of crude oil to 12.9, we came off. If you just look at the numbers, we came off of energy risk from OPEC. That's just numbers. We imported less from OPEC. We were less exposed to OPEC. And the energy prices were set in the Permian Basin for the world. And that's actually something driving innovation, driving costs down. That allowed us to have flexibility that is incredible.
Good, and thank you for that. And I read with interest the article that you co-authored in The Hill about what's at risk due to Russia's nuclear power dominance. And, you know, it was interesting. It was also alarming that, you know, we've got to address this with our allies. And it's something we got to work together with our allies. You also mentioned about Europe just then. I had the opportunity to go to Europe with the Conservative Climate Caucus, and what we witnessed there is a situation where they've allowed their policies to get ahead of their innovation. They're shutting down nuclear plants and relying on wind and solar when they're not ready for it yet. We all want to go to renewables. We all want to do that, but we got to do it in such a way that we don't allow our policies to get ahead of our innovation, and that's exactly what they've done. But again, the points that you bring up in this article that you co-authored, they are alarming, and I appreciate you bringing it to you. I want to go quickly to Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson, you bring up some great points, and I had the opportunity to read an article that you wrote as well about the minority exploitation game called environmental justice. And you mentioned there about Ford Motor Company and about how they have $60 billion in the IRA, there was $60 billion for environmental justice programs about the size of Ford Motors, who employs over 200,000 people. You know, all this money we put into the IRA, or was put into the IRA, I'm not to say we, but was put into the IRA, it could have been used for better ways. Can you give us an example?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the biggest injustice of environmental justice is poverty. And the fact that we're using environmental justice money that's going to lobbyists and never going into the community to create economic upward mobility. It's not creating any business districts, not industrial parks, nothing that's going to improve the lives of those individuals. That money was equivalent to 2,000, the Tulsa Black Wall Streets. We could have built 2,000 Black Wall Streets for the equivalent of that environmental justice money. In other words, we wouldn't be having a conversation about poverty right now because all of our black communities would be thriving. But instead, we're going to get a few retrofits, a few windows, and nothing is going to change about the economic conditions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Now you'll back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize to the members and the witnesses, but votes have been called on the floor, so we're going to recess until 10 minutes after the close of the second vote. There's 2 votes. Witnesses can take care of business, and we'll be back 10 minutes after the close of the second vote, and the committee stands in recess.
to increase reliability, expand our nation's power grid, and move towards a carbon-free energy system is to dramatically increase the battery storage capacity on our nation's grids. Lithium batteries are a critical component of electrical vehicles, but they are also an obvious solution to securing our clean energy future while also providing the grid reliability that we need. In fact, batteries are already being used to increase reliability on the power grid. In my district, California's 25th district, the Crimson Energy Storage in Blythe is currently the second largest energy storage project in the world. Constructed by union labor, including the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, I believe also the Teamsters, powering vital medical equipment, electric vehicles, and so much more. Our country needs more batteries and more battery storage projects like this. Batteries need lithium, and lithium is found at the Salton Sea in the Imperial Valley, California. In my district, the Salton Sea has a massive supply of raw materials that can power our clean energy future. The Salton Sea has the 5th largest deposit of lithium in the world, and it has the potential to supply the lithium needed not only for electric vehicles, but also the batteries that can make our electric grids resilient. Lithium Valley, as we like to call it back home, is the key to unlock our clean energy future, cement the U.S.'s leadership, secure our energy independence, strengthen our battery supply chain, and protect our national security. Dr. Unruh Cohen, in your testimony, you mentioned that China has a head start on the rest of the world in clean energy. I'm sure you know that the head start includes both the chemical supply of lithium and the manufacturing of lithium batteries. In fact, according to the World Economic Forum, the United States is 8th in lithium production in the world, and China has 60% of the lithium refining capacity in the world. Can you talk about the effects of the United States lagging in producing a lithium supply and in manufacturing batteries?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Reese. And let me just underscore the importance of reliability first and say, wind and solar availability is predictable. And so when you couple that with battery resources, we start to have a full spectrum 24/7 hour opportunity to provide electricity to the grid from renewables. To do that, you're right, we need more lithium. And I know, there's projects in Salton Sea and around the country that are, getting their permits, moving forward, getting investments. And I think, the investments that we see in the Infrastructure Act and in the Inflation Reduction Act are going to drive that further. The additional good news when it comes to the grid is we actually can take, when an EV has used their batteries and they're no longer great for that, you put them in ways to use in the grid. So there's a lot of innovation that's going to happen.
So in terms of China, us importing the majority of our batteries, et cetera, lithium from other countries, we all know too well that it's dangerous when our nation is dependent on foreign supply chains, because if a foreign country decides to block exports or favor its own domestic companies for whatever geopolitical reasons, our clean energy revolution is stopped dead in its tracks. That means we need strong domestic supply chains that start in communities like in the Imperial Valley. That means making sure companies don't simply come in, extract community resources, and turn it into batteries elsewhere. And that means that those jobs are filled by local workers and those benefits come home to our communities. All of this is more important than ever to ensure that the benefits of this lithium goes back to the Salton Sea, which could become a worse environmental disaster with reduced waters flowing from the Colorado River and the exposed playa putting fine particulate dust in the air that can affect people's lungs, blood, etc. So the Inflation Reduction Act will help us build a strong supply chain for our clean energy future here at home. In what ways do you expect recently passed legislation like the IRA to strengthen our domestic supply chains and encourage domestic manufacturing of batteries in the U.S.?
I think we're already seeing the results of that. I mean, of that $90 billion in investment that I mentioned in my testimony, a lot of that is electric vehicles. I think we just had one today that maybe I didn't get to incorporate. So almost every day there's a new announcement.
Gentlemen, time's expired. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the panelists for being here. It's been very informative. I approach energy in two broad categories. Transportation fuels, which is fossil fuels and electricity for EVs, and then baseload power generation. And in baseload power generation, you have nuclear power, which can't be ramped up and ramped down very quickly or easily. So it remains constant. And then you have renewables as part of the energy matrix as they mix everything for transmission. Renewables come online when the sun comes up or the wind is blowing. Could be a climatic event that makes solar go offline, or they can see it start decline, or it might be the sun setting. And so when that happens, they've got to fill the gap to make sure that the baseload power is constant for our consumers. That's our constituents' homes, that's manufacturing, that's municipalities. And so what works in that gap-filling area is coal, hydro if it's available, and natural gas. And so we've got to make sure that natural gas is a big part of that. And what I hear from a lot of my utilities is that we have a pipeline issue in this country, that our pipelines are about at capacity for the amount of gas that's drawn off of it. And if we don't meet that future demand, the gas isn't going to be available. So I wish the infrastructure bill would have included more gas pipeline permitting and projects, but unfortunately it didn't. It focused a lot on EVs and charging stations and all that. And look, as Mr. Dabbar said, I like wind and solar. I think it's groovy, and I'll be part of the matrix, absolutely. But I also know what works to provide that baseload power that our manufacturers need, always on, always ready, always available, 24/7, 365 baseload power. And right at Christmas Eve in South Carolina even, we just about had a Texas event because of some of those situations where wind and solar wasn't possible. Coal-fired power plants take 3 days to crank up to thermal capacity to meet energy needs. Natural gas is 30 minutes. So it's got to be a big part of that. Pipelines is the new word from The Graduate. It was plastics in the movie The Graduate. It's pipelines today. So I want to focus on nuclear. Nuclear energy must be a part of our energy matrix. Moving forward, unfortunately, other countries are outpacing us. Adversaries like Russia and China have continued to develop and invest in their nuclear industries. In just the past few years, China has brought 21 reactors online. Many of them are advanced reactor designs, and 31 plants are under construction. In this country, we've got to focus on advanced nuclear, small modular reactors, thorium reactors, things that work, things that could be walk-away safe. Unfortunately, the lack of development in the U.S. industry is in large part due to a regulatory and licensing structure that disincentivizes private sector investment. I've got a piece of legislation we filed in the last Congress we hope to reintroduce if we haven't already that expedite the permitting process for nuclear power plants. If you've got a proven design that works, we can replicate that. Do the geology, make sure that there's no things there with the earth and earthquakes and other things, that it can be sited there, that water source is there for cooling, but replicate that in an expedited permitting process. Let's get nuclear power online as we continue to look at SMRs and other advanced nuclear reactors. I was glad to see an article this week that the first SMR was actually permitted and to come online and start producing energy as a test case. But once we see that it works, heck, it's worked in the United States Navy for, 50, 60, 70 years? It works. Modular reactors work. So those are some of the things that I believe in. Mr. Dabbar, we, of course, don't have a government-controlled energy sector. We need to incentivize private sector investment. What are some of the high-level suggestions to modernize the nuclear regulations of this country to invite innovation, to invite growth, to encourage exports of nuclear technology and lead, once again, this globe in nuclear energy?
So as you pointed out, Congressman, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is extremely conservative. As you know, you interview regulators all the time. Over the course of time, they get more and more conservative because they don't want anything overturned in the courts. And as a result, it's drug out tremendously as a result of that kind of increased view of let's review it 10 times to Sunday. So I think any sort of, legislation that might allow them to facilitate that, to make it, to get them focused, I think that's important because that's where we've ended up. The other thing that I think that we should look at doing is taking a look at some of the federal power entities like WAPA, like Bonneville, and so on, and take a look at them willing to contract as a first customer for some of these new reactors. So I think any authorization for DOE or TVA or others to be a first customer of those plants, I think that'll provide a big jolt for the industry.
Yeah, that's spot on. This committee will have an RCN to talk about those things, ask some of these same questions. We'll also look at closing the fuel cycle and possibly recycling of spent fuel at commercial reactors, because there is a uranium concern and a fuel concern. So my time's expired, so I'll now go to Mr. Peters from California.
Congressman, 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
The Savannah River National Lab proposed to me a recycling plant when I was undersecretary, and I think you should be talking to them about their idea, because it's exactly what you just said.
We are, and there's great sites like Hanford, Idaho Flats, and others across the country that can play a part in that. Mr. Peters from California is recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our path to true energy security is not to double down on oil and gas. The oil embargo in the 70s, the Gulf War in the 90s, Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the 2008 financial crisis, COVID, Putin's war on Ukraine, all contributed to a roller coaster of harmful oil price volatility under both Republican and Democratic presidential leadership. It's essentially what Mr. McNalley testified to. And despite the pain of these price fluctuations, Republicans continue to propose the same false solution, more oil and gas. And that will only lead to more price uncertainty and pain, as we've seen at the gas pump recently and as San Diegans are seeing on their natural gas bills today. The solution, long-term, is clean, innovative energy technologies which are becoming cheaper than fossil fuels and can produce energy domestically without reliance on foreign adversaries. It's not radical, it's smart. Even Texas takes 40% of its power from non-carbon sources, and it's not because Texas is against oil and gas. It's because it's the sensible thing to do. I'm proud that we provided significant funding in the 117th Congress to build this clean and more secure energy future, but I want to talk today about the 118th Congress. Something we haven't talked about much today is speed, because we can have all the money in the world, but we will still fail if we don't act faster. Look at high voltage electric transmission lines. According to research from Princeton, 80% of the projected emissions reductions from the Inflation Reduction Act depend on building transmission faster. Berkeley Lab found that there are currently enough wind, solar, and storage projects in the pipeline to power nearly 85% of our economy, but 80% of those projects could be canceled due to insufficient transmission. According to Jesse Jenkins at Princeton, the current power grid took 150 years to build. To get to net zero emissions by 2050, we have to triple its size in the next 30 years. That means 200,000 miles of new transmission lines by the 2030s, 200,000. Over the last decade, we've built just 1,800 miles per year, because each one takes more than 10 years to complete. And 7 of those 10 years are just for planning and permitting. Other countries are doing it just fine. According to the Americans for a Clean Energy Grid, North America has built just 7 gigawatts of interregional transmission. Less than half of that's the US, so say we're about 3 or 4. South America is 22, Europe is 44, and China is 260. In the 1970s, our environmental priority was to stop dirty, destructive projects. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, was designed to require public input and to ensure federal agencies assess the environmental impacts of proposed federal projects and their alternatives before they made decisions. And we have NEPA to thank for a great deal of environmental preservation, but its implementation is inevitably slow, with documents that are thousands of pages long, reviews that take more than up to 4 years to complete. And NEPA is also the most litigated environmental statute, with lawsuits dragging on for more than a decade. And the simple threat of litigation can prevent new projects, including the climate action projects I've named that we must build to meet our climate goals. Climate action is about building things, not stopping things. To save the planet, we must build transmission, utility-scale solar power, passenger rail, hydrogen pipelines, direct air carbon capture, bike lanes, tons of infill housing, and ironically, many of the laws intended 50 years ago to protect the environment could undermine our climate action. Some claim that NEPA isn't the problem or that it can't be touched, but as someone who's practiced law in this field, I must say I don't believe we can sustain project-by-project litigation on climate initiatives and still achieve climate action with the time and the money that we have. These excessive process requirements effectively inflict a punitive tax on clean energy. And fixing laws to serve the public good, that's our job. We can achieve high environmental standards with less time. NEPA was signed into law in 1970. 165 of our congressional colleagues were not even yet born. And we are as far in time from 1970 as 1970 was from 1917. This is an old law, folks. And we are charged to update it for our times, and that's okay because it didn't come from Moses on tablets. It came from people just like us who had IBM Selectric typewriters. Excessive process is not the only climate challenge, but it is one undeniably. And those of us committed to climate action who say that it's the greatest threat we face, we're called on to rethink cumbersome requirements that are decelerating clean energy projects. To unlock a future that doesn't depend on greenhouse gas energy, we have to update our environmental laws to make it easier, not harder to build. I encourage all of us to engage in a constructive process with the White House, with the communities of interest, to come up with real bipartisan process to enact sensible permitting reforms, deliver energy security and environmental protection for the American people. I look forward to working with all of you on that, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from the great state of Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by talking about how these Green New Deal policies impact people. Right now, there's about 2 billion people around the world who have little to no access to reliable energy. And it reminds me of a quote from Thomas Hobbes' book, The Leviathan, when he described life at that time as solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. To just give you an idea of what having access to reliable energy means, the World Bank reported that since 1980, energy consumption has doubled. It was half what it is today in 1980. And extreme poverty was 4 times higher then than it is today. Life expectancy, because of China's expansion of their energy grid, and obviously it's mostly coal-fired power plants, but their life expectancy is increased by 10 years. This is not just, I mean, I worked for 2 international engineering companies. You're going to hear me repeat that multiple times. I have a pretty good idea of what it takes to generate power. I worked in everything from refuse to energy to aerospace, different projects. And I'll just be honest with you, and it's not just my opinion. There was a report from the Electric Power Research Institute that basically says that the study shows that clean electricity plus direct electrification efficiency are not sufficient themselves to achieve net zero economy-wide emissions. In other words, no amount of wind turbines, solar panels, hydropower, nuclear power, battery power, electrification of fossil fuel technologies, any of that is going to get us to net zero by 2050. That's a Wall Street Journal article describing that policy, that research paper. Ms. Jackson, you and I have had this discussion before. I grew up dirt poor. My dad had an 8th grade education. He built the house that I grew up in. He only finished what he could pay for. Unlike the federal government, he didn't spend more than he had. But we heated the house with a coal heater that sat in the kitchen. And in the wintertime, we slept under about a foot of blankets that my mom and grandmother and great aunt quilted. What does it mean to people when they see their power bills going through the roof and they're having to make decisions on how much food they can afford to buy and still be able to adequately heat or cool their home?
You know, one of the things that we always advocate for, because I hear a lot of people talking about climate change policies, but I've never heard anybody talking about actually how many degrees is going to save. If climate change policies are more harmful than what we're trying to save, then we shouldn't be enacting it. One of the things we advocate for is that you do an economic impact study on the lives of the people that it's going to affect, because the climate change policies right now are more harmful for low-income and minority families than what the climate change is supposed to be doing.
But we're hurting people.
We're hurting real people. I get calls every day from people that don't have my political lean asking for help. Black people, NAACP people, Urban League people saying we need help. They can't afford to pay these bills, but nobody's listening.
What gets me is we keep hearing report after report from Europe, from United Kingdom about the number of people dying as a result of excess winter deaths because they can't adequately heat their homes in the wintertime. We see that here as well. People can't afford to heat their homes adequately and still afford their medicine. It really impacts people with respiratory disease, cardiovascular, that sort of thing. And it's almost like my colleagues across the aisle think this is collateral damage and that it's acceptable to achieve what clearly they're not going to achieve by 2050.
Yeah.
So, Mr. McNalley, I want to ask you, I want to pivot now. China's building coal-fired plants all over the world. There was a report came out last fall, that they'd built 14 coal-fired plants. They're building out infrastructure around the world, developing allies, and yet we're going to make ourselves dependent on China for our energy production. Does that make any sense to you?
Congressman Palmer, if there's one area perhaps of bipartisan agreement, I think we're all clear-eyed, or hopefully are, that China views energy and the transition and dominance of both the power and the transportation aspects of energy as a way to replace the United States as the world's preeminent power. It's a militarized superpower strategy, and we ought to see it as such and build our own clean energy here.
Mr. Chairman, that time went by quick, but my time has expired, so I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Pallone and our Energy and Environment Subcommittee leaders for holding this important hearing. I want to start by taking a quick moment to congratulate Chairwoman Kathy McMorris Rogers on making history as the first woman to chair this great committee. While we may represent districts on opposite sides of the country, our constituents rely on similar energy resources, including hydropower. And that's why I look forward to working with all of you to unlock the full potential of hydropower to provide affordable, reliable, and clean energy to communities from the Pacific Northwest to the Northeast. It's important today to remind ourselves that Democrats and Republicans share many of the same values when it comes to our nation's energy resources. We believe that all Americans should have access to low-cost, reliable energy that does not depend on foreign resources or foreign technologies. While we may have our policy disagreements, if we focus on these shared goals, I believe that we can find enough common ground to deliver on. Last Congress, we passed historic legislation to invest in our country's clean energy future and put the U.S. back on track to lead the clean energy revolution. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA, included approximately $800 million in investments in our nation's dams, including to upgrade our electrical grid for hydropower energy. In his testimony, Mr. Dabbar spoke about the importance of FERC prioritizing baseload energy, and I agree. Hydropower is the baseload power that we need. With black start capabilities and the potential for additional energy reserves through pumped hydropower storage technologies, hydropower can provide additional resilience to our energy grid. I wanted to ask you, Dr. Unruh Cohen, can you speak to the ability of clean energy resources and technologies such as hydropower and hydropower storage to bolster the resilience of our grid as we transition to clean energy?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. And hydropower has been an incredibly important power source for the history of our country. I mean, it was the first power source for our industrial work up in the New England and the Northeast. And it continues to be critical. And I think the important thing to consider for this committee, and especially looking at the investments that we've made in dams over the past few Congresses, is the water cycle is very sensitive to climatic change. And so we are going to see challenges to hydropower. Unfortunately, our friends in the West are really seeing that challenge now with the Colorado River level, but it impacts in the Northeast too. And so in order to continue to provide that incredibly important clean energy from hydropower and from pumped storage, we really need to look at the investments and make sure we're maximizing the clean power that we're getting from our dams around the country.
Yeah, and I just would add this pumped hydro storage. I was out in Mr. Curtis's district in Utah and meeting with the company there that is interested in pumped hydro storage and how that can be help with baseload and with peak and how we manage that. So my time is limited, but I'll just say it's important that this committee does not overlook the potential of our nation's hydropower resources to deliver abundant, reliable, clean energy. It exists. We have 90,000 dams. Some of them can be retrofitted with turbines. So I remain committed to pursuing holistic and comprehensive policies to bolster our hydropower generating capacity and to ensure our nation's energy independence, and I hope that will be on a bipartisan basis with our committee. I stand ready and willing to work with each of my colleagues here today to make good on these promises for the American people. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back, and I thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Dr. Dunn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I saw an interesting fact yesterday. The EIA projects a 50% increase in world energy use by 2050. The U.S. should be the global leader in innovative technologies to maximize efficient energy production, to be at the forefront of filling that demand. Our entrepreneurial spirit drives innovation, but overly prescriptive policies from the Biden White House are drowning American innovators with burdensome regulation. This puts our economy and our national security at risk, as Mr. McNalley pointed out a few minutes ago. This is why I'll be focusing on combating the administration's radical energy policies that destroy American leadership in the energy space. I look forward to working with my colleagues on policies that will unleash American innovation, return America to the forefront of energy production, and unlock resources for future generations. I have to pause for a moment and say, Ms. Jackson, it's great to see you again. We've talked a lot just recently. I hope to see you in Tallahassee before too long, or your team at least. But the first question for Mr. McNalley. I'm going to give you this question, and Mr. Dabbar, I'd like you to answer it after him. American innovation is driven first and foremost by ideas. Those innovative ideas then must be supported by efficient allocation of capital investment. This administration's policies and the private sector ESG ideology are stymieing rational capital investments in the energy sector, specifically oil and gas, but also in renewables and in the nuclear field. Capital allocators direct their investments to renewable technologies because they're supported by favorable government subsidies. Mr. McNalley, do you feel that the current administration's policies in ESG investing are obstacles to American innovation and development in energy?
I do. I think that the administration is signaling that it doesn't want to see capital flow into oil and gas production at a time, as I mentioned earlier, when we are in the foothills of what I believe will be a multi-year boom cycle where we're going to want every drop we can. They are doing that based on the idea that we need to force disclosure or raise the cost of capital based on carbon and climate change and so forth. As I stated in some of the papers I'll be submitting with my testimony, we need a sound and serious climate policy, starting with depoliticized science, cost-benefit analyses, legislation, not regulatory rules and courts. But we should do that first. And then, if as a result of that, we need to start telling capital where to go and where to deploy, maybe we consider it down the road. But that's
be careful. You cautioned us on that earlier. Be careful how you steal ready, shoot, aim, right?
Right.
I guess it's Dabbar.
Very right, sir.
Dr. Dunn, I've always had a view that the best place for federal investment is in discovery and new innovation that's too far away from cash flow for the venture capital community and the corporate community to invest. The private sector, luckily, in this country is still vastly larger than the federal government, and the amount of capital is widely available for things that can be applied. And the better use for federal money is where the private sector doesn't see anything quite yet to invest in, and therefore discovery science and innovation and new things is more efficient for the federal spending.
Well, okay, very good. On that subject, Mr. Dabbar, I'm going to ask you to spend the rest of this time opining on what we can do to make America a global leader in the nuclear energy technology. And this is a pointed question because we have a large gathering of the nuclear industry this evening. So take it away.
I think the Advanced Development Reactor Program that was passed here a few years ago has really triggered a lot. There's a lot of excitement within the industry right now, and I think that is moving along very well. So I think Congress has done a lot with that. I think,
is there more we should do?
I think that trying to the U.S. system trying to be maybe a first customer of some of that power. And once again, I said a little bit earlier, maybe TVA or WAPA or Bonneville should maybe look at being a first customer for some of the power coming off of those plants.
Sure, and we've talked about it, using DOD a number of times.
Or DOD, sir, yes.
Yeah, so I like these ideas. Thank you all the panelists for coming. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to all of the new members, and congratulations to Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers. And thank you to our witnesses. I have been proud to support and vote for the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, which made historic investments in our clean energy future. These investments not only help to expand domestic clean energy, they also help to diversify our renewable energy sources, which is a key to building a resilient and sustainable clean energy system. Before I start with my questions, I'd also like to note that I was pleased to see in the testimony of Ms. Jackson and also hear from Dr. Unruh in her testimony a positive recitation about former Energy Subcommittee Bobby Rush's his work on increasing diversity in the energy industry. This is really important to me. And while I was disappointed that we could not find bipartisan support and agreement in the last Congress, I really would love to see a compromise, and I am hopeful that in the 118th Congress, we will focus on workforce and jobs. As the former Secretary of Labor in Delaware and the former CEO of the Urban League in Delaware, this issue is an incredibly important one. And during this Congress, I will continue to work on that issue, starting on creating programs within the Department of Energy to meet the workforce needs of the energy sector, and also to further train and get more people in the underrepresented communities into the energy workforce. It will lower the cost for those individuals that are in communities that are underrepresented and communities of color, and it'll also increase opportunities and salaries. These are jobs that are good-paying jobs. I also want to address my questions, mainly Unruh Cohen. We've heard a lot today about energy production, but I also want to emphasize the importance of energy efficiency. Again, back to the lowering costs. The global energy demand is only going to grow, and we need to focus on initiatives that optimize energy. Can you discuss the importance of energy efficiency when we think of things like national security, our economy, and also public health? Can you talk to us a little bit about the benefits?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. The most important piece of energy is what we don't use. So energy efficiency is actually our biggest energy resource if you look at our history since the 1970s. Energy efficiency is crucial for taking the edge off of those bills, for making sure that households are not making those hard decisions about paying their medical bills versus their energy bills. It reduces the use of energies all over, and so where we have pollution concerns, that's going to lower that. And just the less energy we use, the less dependent we then may be on international providers of that energy.
Thank you. Transitioning to clean energy is not only necessary to protect human health and the environment, but it's also an enormous opportunity to create a more equitable economy. Mr. Chairman, I asked unanimous consent to submit this report titled Improving Equity Outcomes for New Federal Investments in Clean Energy Infrastructure from the Bipartisan Policy Center into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Unruh Cohen, can you discuss how clean energy investments from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act will help build a more equitable economy?
Yes, we, in both of those bills and then through the Biden administration's initiatives, there's a huge focus on making sure that communities that are building out the clean energy, that those jobs are flowing there. Earlier, we were talking about the weatherization program, and one of the benefits there is not just to the people living in the house being more comfortable, but also the job training and getting skills in doing skilled training for those workers. I mentioned my mom benefited from that, and she loved talking to the young men who were there doing the work and learning about, what the skills they were building up and their hopes for the jobs that they would have in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time. I just want to add that I think this is an area where I've seen young people, older people, people of color, different communities come together and recognize that we've got a lot of opportunity here. And so I hope as a committee we take up this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a delight to be here. A little warning to my staff, I'm not delivering the remarks that we worked so hard to prepare, but rather my impressions of being here for several hours with all of you today. I couldn't help but think if an alien was listening to us today, they might conclude that those on my left hated fossil fuels and would stop at nothing to stop them out. Likewise, they might surmise that those of us on the right want to go crazy with fossil fuels and do nothing else. To any alien friends that are listening, I have some good news and some bad news. First, the good news. Despite the dialogue, there are many areas of agreement between those of us on the right and on the left. Representative Peters has pointed out the need to deal with NEPA reform and permitting reform. Representative Rees has pointed out the rich natural resources, I've heard him talk many times in his district, that we will desperately need. Representative Duncan has addressed nuclear. Many of us agree that nuclear is part of our future and that we can't have a reliable, affordable, clean future without it. We all like emerging technologies like hydrogen fusion and better battery storage. We all agree, actually, that wind and solar are important. We may agree on the mix, but we all agree that they're important. We all agree we don't want to lose to China. And Ms. Cohen, we all agree energy efficiency is important. And Ms. Jackson, I don't know anybody that would listen to you and would disagree that we have to take into account those who are least able to afford this. And rather than ask you all, I'll just take your nodding heads in agreement that we're on the same page. This was a list quickly put together by me. I'm sure there's much more. But now the bad news. We spend too much of our time in the areas where we disagree. And for those of us on the right, we feel there is too much misrepresentation of our position. And I have no doubt my friends on the left would feel the same way. I don't speak for either group, but let me say this. I don't know anyone in my circle, and I represent oil and gas and coal. I lead a group of almost 80 Republicans that talk about climate. I don't know anyone in my circle who doesn't want to leave a clean earth better than we found it, who thinks it's okay to leave something for our grandchildren not as good as we found it. I don't know anyone who thinks that more pollution is better than less pollution. At the same time, those I hang around with think that it's wrong to demonize fossil fuels and those that produce them. As far as I know, all of us in this room are highly dependent on fossil fuels. I don't know any energy expert anywhere, right or left, who won't tell you that we'll be using fossil fuels in the year 2050. I think this is the problem. We too often mistake fossil fuels with emissions. We need to be clear. Do we hate fossil fuels or do we hate emissions? I challenge my friends on the left to substitute their anger with fossil fuels with that of emissions. And then I ask this question. If fossil fuels can compete with other energy sources in cleanliness, why do we insist that they die? Why do we demonize the very people who have produced these for decades and decades? Why can't they be viewed as part of the solution and not the problem? On my side, we see hypocrisy, like posing in an electric Hummer and bragging about it. The reality of it is, a gas Chevy Malibu produces as much greenhouse gas emissions life cycle as an electric Chevy Hummer. We see hypocrisy of shutting down federal lands. My district, 7 of my counties are 90% federally owned. And yet the president then goes to other countries that in many cases are our enemies and asks them to produce more. To my colleagues who express that don't understand our approach, let me be clear. We believe we've been falsely told that we must sacrifice affordability, reliability, and national security so that we can be clean. I believe we can have it all. I believe we can be energy independent. I believe we can be reliable, affordable, and clean. Now, if we can get together and talk, I actually believe my colleagues on the left believe the same thing. And in the tiny 30 seconds I have left, I don't know if any 4 of you want to weigh in on that. Ms. Cohen, you are the witness for the other side. Would you like to take my last 20 seconds?
I'll just add, Mr. Curtis, that in the select committee across the aisle, we actually would often agree on the challenges that the country faced. And sometimes we agreed, as you said, on the opportunities to solve those. And other times we had disagreements. And I encourage this committee to, as you said, focus on the things maybe you agree.
Thank you. Regrettably, I'm out of time. I would love to have you all share your thoughts, but I yield my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Vesey from the state of Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and so glad that we're holding this important hearing today, particularly on energy security. I think that energy security, our environment, the air that we breathe is something that we can never, quite frankly, talk enough about. And one of the things that have really been worrying me lately is China. We know that China has been under very strict COVID lockdown. They're probably going to quote unquote reopen here sometime soon. And I was hoping that maybe Mr. McNalley could tell me what he thinks China reopening is going to do for, as far as prices are concerned, what sort of upward surge in prices might that pose on the American public?
Yes, sir. Congressman Vesey, thank you for the question. That's my bread and butter. So oil prices, our pump prices, have been in a tug of war between this Russian disruption risk, which makes them go up, and this macroeconomic weakness risk, which makes them go down. China was on the macro weakness side until the end of last year because, as you noted, they were in severe lockdowns, their demand was depressed, and very importantly, China's a big exporter of refined products like diesel and gasoline. That helped gasoline prices get to $5 a barrel. However, sir, to your question, as we come into this year, President Xi has decided to let COVID run rampant, burn through, so that by the second quarter, we and most analysts think that China will be recovering back to its pre-COVID demand level. That means close to about 16 million barrels a day. The big chunk that has to come back is jet fuel if they let their citizens start to fly. So that would all else equal put upward pressure on prices. You've seen prices started to rise. Now we have to go back and look and see what happens with Russia, because like Boy Who Cried Wolf, we didn't see the disruption last summer, but we might going forward. So China's return is sort of switch sides in the tug of war from being a downward price factor to being an upward price factor, sir.
Yeah, and some reports are even saying that we could get to about 101 million barrels a day, which would be a record for the world. And so one of the things that I've heard a lot from my friends on the other side, on the majority side, is that we need to unleash all of this energy that we have. And, I'm proud to say that as a Texan, we do a pretty good job of unleashing. Not only have we revolutionized things in the fracking area, but we've also been one of the world leaders when it comes to renewable energy. About 25% or so of ERCOT's grid is renewable energy. So I think that we're doing it right there. But when I hear about unleashing American energy and being energy independent, One area that continues to really hurt the U.S. Congress, and we haven't been able to find any sort of compromise on, is the issue of immigration. And if you talk to people in the Permian Basin, and you talk to people that run the oil and gas companies, a lot of people don't realize this, but the permits that ranchers use, agriculture, the permits that hospitality use, those same immigration permits are not the ones that are needed for people to have temporary work visas in the oil and gas sector. And so when you talk to people in the oil and gas field, people that are working that say, hey, we need more swabbing units, we need more rigs. Guess what? You ain't unleashing a thing unless you do something about immigration reform. And so when you hear people talk about being able to unleash, you can't unleash anything if the dog don't have a handler. So please, can you please tell me, how are we going to unleash all of this energy potential if the other side is not willing to work with us on immigration reform and will continue to use this as sort of a wedge between the American people and offer absolutely no sort of solution?
Congressman, I will step around the landmine of immigration and the border and so forth, and just concur, though, that when I hear the same thing from my clients drilling in your state and others, that its input costs are really high, and part of that is finding good people. We're scouring Sri Lanka now. All over the world, they're trying to bring workers in, and steel tariffs have raised the cost of steel and casing and so forth. So there are real supply-side pressures that your constituents are dealing with, my clients are dealing with, and Congress ought to look across the board at how to alleviate those. But I'm going to steer clear of immigration, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and before I get ready to turn back over my time, Mr. Chairman, I will just say, if we really want to address this issue and we really want to unleash, we better do something about immigration reform, because just saying unleash and not addressing immigration reform means absolutely nothing.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really excited to be on the Energy and Commerce Committee and on the Energy Subcommittee and talking about energy, because it's vital to every aspect of our lives. I represent the Phoenix, Arizona area and its suburbs, and right outside of my district is the Palo Verde nuclear plant. It is the largest power producer in the nation for almost the last 30 years. Recently, last year, Palo Verde nuclear plant in Arizona was awarded funds from the Department of Energy to increase its flexibility by creating hydrogen when selling to the grid isn't economical. My question, Mr. Dabbar, what more needs to happen to increase the deployment of energy technology like hydrogen?
So we awarded the money around increasing hydrogen production across the nuclear facilities. Hydrogen is a storage vehicle. So if you think about it, the comparison, you produce electricity and you can store it in chemical form, or you can store it in gaseous form, so in hydrogen, or you can do it in liquids, as I was talking about earlier. And so hydrogen has a great opportunity for an additional storage. The other thing that's really, really exciting about hydrogen is that some industrial uses cannot really use electricity. Okay, so the likelihood of electrifying certain industries is quite poor, right, around certain things like steel and concrete. So if you can take that electricity and put it into something that can produce a much higher heat rate for that manufacturing, it's going to create an opportunity for those industrial to, quote, electrify, but it's electrify via converting it to hydrogen.
Exciting. That's the one thing I like about energy. A lot of new technology going on. Exciting that I think can solve a lot of our energy needs in America. Mr. McNalley, in your written and verbal testimony, you recommended the establishment of a National Commission on Energy Transition Realism, an expert, nonpartisan commission of renowned energy experts to advise government officials and evaluate policy options for energy transmissions. I love it. I think it's common sense. Sounds like a great idea to me. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change the UNIPCC, in a report issued last year, pointed out that collectively the G20 members are not on track to meet their goals under the Paris Climate Agreement. The UNIPCC also states in its latest assessment that global warming at the end of the century is estimated at 2.7 degrees Celsius, not even close to the Paris Climate Agreement of 1.5 degrees. The Biden administration is spending trillions of dollars on solutions that are not working, according to the UNIPCC. Don't you think it's time the administration has an honest conversation on spending trillions of dollars on ideas that, according to the UNIPCC, aren't working?
Thank you, Congressman Lesko. I certainly do. I see a sound and serious climate policy as having a foundation, like a house has a foundation. And the quality of the foundation will determine whether this house is safe to build in and live in and so forth. And the foundation ought to be depoliticized transmission of science to non-experts like all of us. And the concern with the IPCC reports, actually, and the Summary for Policymakers, the SPM, is the folks who are decoding the complicated climate science and explaining it to all of us are government officials. And they don't have the rigorous peer review and requirements to be transparent like you do in actual climate science. So I'd respectfully suggest that perhaps your side of the aisle, make it very clear you embrace climate science. The problem is not climate science. It's how it's transmitted to the rest of us, because it's pretty complicated, in these IPCC reports. And let's have reforms to make sure it's honest, peer-reviewed, and a good foundation upon which for us to debate sound policies to address the problem.
Fantastic. And in the 13 seconds I have left, thank you for being here once again and telling us and representing low-income communities and minority communities and speaking up. Thank you. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Soto from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. There are a few elephants in the room worth mentioning. The Washington Post reports today, oil companies post record-smashing profits as gas prices creep up. Record-smashing profits. ExxonMobil, $55.7 billion in 2022, a record. Chevron, $36.5 billion in 2022, another record. Inflation, corporate greed, record profits, share buybacks. Something this committee needs to keep in mind as we're navigating this. Elephant number 2, climate change demands our attention. Intensifying hurricanes, massive floods, prolonged droughts, rising seas, extreme heat, extreme cold. Climate is changing, and it takes more than just saying the word climate or delay to actually solve it. The Inflation Reduction Act is now law. This committee should join the President and the Senate in shepherding a fair implementation of this landmark law, pursuing diversifying our energy production with clean, renewable energy. Number 3, exporting oil abroad. There used to be a ban on that, and now oil is being exported and Americans are paying high prices at the pump. This isn't an America First policy. This is the exact opposite. If you want to kickstart American energy dominance, we should start by looking at the exports that just started just a few years ago. Undersecretary Dabbar, what do you think we should do about record oil profits at the expense of the American people?
Yes, Congressman, it's almost ironic that when a few years ago, when we were the energy dominance side on the oil markets and the gas markets, that the oil and gas companies were actually making very low profits, and the biggest problems when that was going on, when we had so much production, was that the prices had been dropped so much for the consumer. And it's a funny dialogue, right? So that when we've been supportive of export terminals and pipelines and so on, that actually the oil and gas companies make less money, and consumers actually pay less money. But when we put lots of restrictions on them and there's lots of turmoil, prices go up and then emissions go up, right? Emissions are because of coal plants coming online, especially in Germany. So it is a funny dynamic around those different issues.
Well, thanks. I appreciate you describing the issue, but it would be helpful for some solutions on it. Dr. Cohen, a key role for this committee is implementing the $369 billion in incentives to boost renewable energy, boost conservation. What are some of the things you think this committee can do to help with that fair implementation?
Thank you for the question. We've talked a lot about the importance of the grid, and both the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act have important provisions to help improve the resilience of the grid and expand it. I think that is an area that this committee can give some really close attention to. In addition, there are a number of other, we've also talked about nuclear power, and both the Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act provide ways to keep our current nuclear power, to support currently operating nuclear power plants that are safe to operate. I think taking a look at that will be important so we keep that carbon-free emission coming. And then, as we've talked about, just the deployment, making sure the deployment of wind, solar, the electric vehicle infrastructure is happening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cohen. I, like many on this committee, agree it should be an all-of-the-above solution, and we should look at different sources of energy. I hope the mistakes of the past with the Affordable Care Act of trying to eliminate it for many, many years, only for it to continue to be the law of the land. Over 3 million Floridians now get their care from there, that we learn from those mistakes when we look at the Inflation Reduction Act, knowing that it is the law and will be the law for the foreseeable future. And rather than trying to undermine it, we should work together on maximizing it. And under the Inflation Reduction Act, we do have incentives for things like modular nuclear and carbon capture in there. So for colleagues who are talking about it as if it's all just renewable energy, that actually is false. There's a great opportunity for us to work together to pursue these in this committee. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Crenshaw from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for hosting this hearing. Thank you all for being here. You know, we heard earlier that Republican priorities are misguided, and that was a little shocking because I think our priorities are guided quite well and are very clear. And they're this: provide energy to the American people that fits 3 criteria: reliable, affordable, and clean. I don't think that's very controversial. Reliability is number 1, of course. It has to be, because energy production is pointless if it isn't reliable. Society cannot function if it cannot keep the power on. Affordability is second. Americans need to be able to afford reliable energy without massive government subsidies so that they can drive to work, heat their homes, and benefit from a thriving economy. Third, Republicans want our energy to be clean. And yes, we can have energy that is reliable, affordable, and clean. It is possible. Also worth noting that America's natural gas revolution is the single largest factor in reducing America's carbon emissions. Switching from coal to gas accounted for 61% of emission reductions in the U.S. since 2005. If we cared about global emission reduction, we might note that the U.S. natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russian natural gas, which is why Republicans advocate for more natural gas exports to displace foreign coal, which, by the way, accounts for about 50% of total global power emissions. Seems that would be some pretty low-hanging fruit if carbon emissions was actually the goal. Also worth noting that Republicans are by far the strongest supporters of nuclear energy, which is both reliable and 100% clean. Maybe our colleagues would join us in fixing the outdated permitting process that makes a 4-year project last for 15 years. My Democrat colleagues mostly just want to talk about wind and solar, which isn't reliable and only affordable if you subsidize it. They say we can just build a bunch of batteries to deal with the intermittency problem of renewables. They say we can clear hundreds of square miles of land for solar and wind farms and pay China to mine and process all of our critical minerals so that we can pretend that we aren't actually responsible for the environmental devastation of Chinese mining practices and the enormous amount of emissions that result from processing it all. So my question to my colleagues is simple. If the goal is actually reducing global emissions, then will you work with us to improve our absurd environmental permitting regulations that are choking off our ability to not only build pipelines, but also build the solar and wind farms and battery backup systems that you claim you care so much about. I know some of them are because my friend Scott Peters was just talking about it. And surely my colleagues would find it troubling that something like the 10 West transmission line, whose groundbreaking ceremony was attended by Vice President Harris last year, won't actually be online until 2025. The planning actually started in 2016, just for a simple 125-mile transmission line on public land. So that's nearly 10 years from start to finish, nearly 4 years of which was just to get the environmental impact statement approved. We put a man on the moon in less time than that. Does that seem like a healthy permitting and regulatory system to anyone? Surely not. It's not just transmission lines, it's critical minerals too. In Nevada, we couldn't build a lithium mine because of some useless plant called TM buckwheat. I'm not joking, you can look it up. In Oregon, we can't mine for lithium because of a sage grouse, which is basically just a fancy version of a chicken. In Minnesota, this administration halted the Twin Metals project over vague environmental concerns. Now, this mine would have produced taconite iron ore, copper, nickel, cobalt, all of which are needed for any renewable energy project. My point is this. The false narrative that we can transition smoothly to a wind and solar only future is not based on anything that resembles reality. It's a fantasy, and it's a dangerous one that will quickly take us down the failed energy scenario that we now see in Europe. Wind and solar certainly have their place, but when energy demand will increase by 50% over the next 50 years, intermittent renewables will never, ever, ever be enough, and it's time to let that fantasy go. So am I promoting oil and gas? Yes, I am. In fact, the quickest way to reduce global emissions would be to ensure that our cleaner natural gas is displacing foreign coal-fired power plants. That single feat would have a larger impact on global emissions than any other solution offered. In fact, the industry thinks we could quadruple gas exports in the next 10 years, if we let them. If that gas displaced foreign coal, it would reduce emissions more than the combined impact of doubling our wind capacity, installing solar panels on every home, and electrifying every vehicle in the country. So you want solutions for reducing global emissions? Build pipelines, build export terminals, lease the land for drilling, and send some special trade reps to countries like India and Indonesia to make a deal. That's a realistic solution, and it's actually doable. Reality has to guide our solutions for the future. We cannot sacrifice energy reliability for radicalism. We must be rational environmentalists, not radical environmentalists. And we have to remember that the prosperity of the American people depends upon reliable and affordable energy. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to focus my attention here this afternoon on our nation's biofuels sector and its role in strengthening economic, environmental, and national security. And I'm actually going to ask you a question, so get ready. As many of my colleagues know, I've been a champion on the Energy and Commerce Committee for expanding and enhancing this vital segment of our economy. For example, I was the first member of Congress to pass year-round E15 through the House in the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act last Congress, and I'm eager to work with Chair Rogers to pass an E15 fix again this year. We should take up and pass the Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act, which is bipartisan, bicameral legislation that would allow the year-round nationwide sale of ethanol blends higher than 10%, helping to lower fuel prices and improve stability and certainty in the U.S. fuel market. This bill was supported by the largest unified group of farming, biofuels, and oil companies to date, and I look forward to reintroducing the proposal in this Congress again. E15 creates opportunities for our family farmers, supports economic growth in rural America, and lowers prices at the pump for Minnesotans. With this sentiment in mind, I wanted to direct a couple of questions to the panel for your thoughts and observations on biofuels policy and where we go from here. Mr. McNalley, you recently spoke, I believe, at the National Ethanol Conference about the future of liquid fuels and told the group to keep the faith because there is no evidence that consumers or governments are on course to decarbonize as rapidly as the consensus expects. In a minute or so, I'm hoping you can talk more about those comments and why you predict American drivers will still be filling up with homegrown biofuels for many years to come. So why don't we go ahead and ask you to comment on that?
I'll have to talk very quickly, Congressman. Thank you very much for the question. The consensus has decided to believe that liquids fuel demand, so gasoline and ethanol, biofuels, is going to peak globally in about 10 years. This is a very controversial, in my view, unjustified, if perhaps attractive, vision. If you believe that, that means demand for biofuels and oil, because they go together, is going to plateau and go down. In my view, that consensus is wishful thinking, and that demand for energy is going to grow much stronger than that, including liquid fuels, which means there will be a bigger pie for gasoline and diesel, which biofuels complement.
Thank you so much. And now, Dr. Cohen, the Select Committee on Climate Crisis recommended that Congress, and specifically this committee, develop a low-carbon fuel standard to build on the Renewable Fuel Standard. I've been a co-sponsor of the Next Generation Fuels Act, which would gradually ramp up the use of homegrown ethanol at gas stations across the country, making Americans less reliant on foreign oil and less vulnerable to the anti-competitive tactics of OPEC. I'm wondering if you can speak a little more about the design of a low-carbon fuel standard and why the time is right to begin this important work here on the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. I actually was able to work on the 2007 energy bill where we did the renewable fuel standard, which is now in need of reauthorization. So the time is ripe for this committee to take a hard look at our biofuels policy. We recommended doing a low-carbon fuel standard. We've seen that work for transportation fuels, the agriculture community out in California. It would be a way to take the holistic view about our liquid fuels and provide that signal and that standard to move towards lower carbon fuels. I agree with Mr. McNalley. We're going to be using liquid fuels. We invested in sustainable aviation fuels in our in the recent laws, and so we need to provide the signals to producers so that we're getting the type of transportation fuels we need to meet the climate pollution reduction goals that we know we need to achieve.
Well, I'd just like to end by saying thank you to all the panelists. I know it's been a long day for you, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the vice chair of the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals Subcommittee, Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania, for 5 minutes.
And then thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of the witnesses for being here today. Realize that Energy and Commerce, the first formal hearing that we are holding, is directed to energy and how that unleashing of American energy is so important. As we begin the 118th Congress, this hearing is the first chance for Energy and Commerce Republicans to begin tackling the issues that are facing all American people. It's great to be back together with my colleagues in one room to do the job that our constituents sent us to Washington to do. Our new Republican majority is ready to enact the commitment to America. A core piece of that plan is to ensure that our nation has a robust and a reliable energy supply. Let's be clear, and you've heard us say it repeatedly, energy security is national security. Our physical and economic well-being is tied to maintaining energy. Ms. Jackson, your words resonated with me. You messaged to us how important that energy sources at affordable prices are to all Americans, and how the high cost of energy is certainly having more impact on lower socioeconomic Americans, and how that impact affects each individual American every day of the week. American policymakers in front of you have recognized that reality, and it is why the Department of Energy was established in 1977. In order to decrease our reliance on foreign adversaries. After years of energy development under both Republican and Democrat presidents, our nation finally had achieved that goal. But under the last administration, energy had superseded that goal. We were an energy exporter. We were energy dominant, supplying those necessary energy forms to our friends and to our allies. But you know what? Sadly, it's no longer true.
The Biden administration has waged a war on American energy industry by creating restrictive and burdensome regulations that have left us less secure and more exposed to bad actors. It's focused on poor alternatives like wind and solar instead of baseload power capacity has made our grid less reliable and less resilient. This becomes clear in my district in Pennsylvania when I heard from constituents that they were asked by their utility companies over the Christmas holidays to conserve energy or risk outages. I'll tell you, it's shocking. It's shocking in the state of Pennsylvania, where we have strong energy portfolios. We have coal, we have natural gas, we have nuclear, and they all play critical parts in the Commonwealth's electricity supply. Generations of Pennsylvanians have gone into coal mines to power America, and new drilling technology has enabled an explosion of natural gas production from the Marcellus shale industry. It is unacceptable that in a state and in a nation as blessed as we are with natural resources, for our citizens to be at risk of blackouts because of bad government policies. Now is the time to abandon these failed policies and unleash the reserves that are under the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania. With our new House majority, Republicans are ready to begin implementing policies that will allow new leases for oil and gas production, reform the permitting process for energy infrastructure, and prevent burdensome government regulation to reclaim American energy dominance. My first question is for you, Mr. Dabbar. Can you speak on how critical it is for grid reliability to have baseload power capacity? And how does the closing of coal and natural gas power plants in favor of renewables affect that grid resilience?
Yes, Congressman. Until the relative recent past, or in the last kind of 20 years, almost all the power plants in the country were dispatchable, whether it was hydro or gas or coal or nuclear. And the advent of wind and solar, which are great at emissions, has increased instability in the grid. Lithium ion is great, but it's only good at the edges on the grid. It doesn't come close to having other peaking sources.
And how would, I'm going to interrupt if I may, how would government policies forcing electric vehicle adoption further strain the grid?
Yes, Congressman. So obviously electrification overall, and EVs are certainly a big part of it, are adding more demand. And what we're seeing is that on the supply side, more power plants are being shut down than are being built. And the ones that are getting built are less available. So that's increasing risks in our system. And as a result, is actually increasing prices. In New England, the electricity prices were 100% on the energy side above where it was a year ago.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you being here, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Schreier, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am delighted to be back on this committee, and let me also just say that it is a special privilege to work with my fellow member from Washington State, our new chairwoman of the committee. I agree with my Republican colleagues here that high and volatile energy prices are a real problem. They're a problem for my constituents who, by the way, are still paying in many areas over $4.50 a gallon for gas. Prices are coming down, but they're not down enough. My colleague, Mr. Soto, just talked about, he called it record-smashing profits, once again, by the oil and gas industry. And so I would just like to continue to call out what sure feels like price gouging. And that is why last Congress, we passed my bill, the Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, through the House, and I hope we will take that up again. I wanted to pivot to national security. I think Russia's war in Ukraine has really highlighted and refocused our attention on how tightly tied our energy independence is to our national security as we're watching what's happening in Europe. National security is not just geopolitical, though. It is also security from the fire and the weather disasters that we are experiencing more and more frequently all across this country. And with that in mind, and also sort of conjuring up what Mr. Curtis said, like, I think we can all agree that we need to be bringing down emissions and we need to be transitioning away from fossil fuels toward cleaner sources of energy. And I would add, Mr. McNalley, you mentioned that even with so much domestic production of gas and oil, we still have extreme price volatility. And so there's many reasons. Energy independence, where we need to transition, stability in energy prices, pollution prevention, climate action, national security, that all should make us want to redouble our efforts here to move away from 20th century energy sources to the energy sources of the future, and the U.S. needs to lead here, not China. We took tremendous action last Congress in really putting in incentives, economic incentives, to boost innovation here, hydrogen hubs, battery manufacturing. It really supercharged research. And by the way, I'll also note that some of the things that were in that bill, Ms. Jackson, would help individual customers afford heat pumps and other innovations that will help with energy efficiency and to bring down those monthly bills. I also noted it's because of clean hydropower that Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers and I pay some of the lowest electricity costs in the nation. So I wanted to just ask, Dr. Cohen, in your testimony, back to national security, you noted that China leads the globe right now in clean energy investments. I think we all know that this is not because they're great environmentalists. They're doing it because that's where the future is, that's where the money is. Can you talk about why the United States needs to catch up, surpass, and lead in this area?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. And just going back to your point on the consequences of climate change, I mean, the Western wildfires, they don't just stay in the West. Everybody, has the health impacts that come from that, from burning of those forests. But to your question about China, in 2022, China invested about $546 billion in clean energy transmission, and the U.S. was a distant second at just $141 billion. That was that doesn't count what we just passed, so we expect that to change very quickly. But as a number of people have mentioned, increasingly, every country is looking for energy security, and so they're looking at what can they do domestically, which means they start looking at what can they produce from renewable energy. And I quoted it, Congresswoman DeGette quoted it, that BP's economist has said, we're seeing that, and we've seen a huge change in Europe in the face of them realizing they can no longer rely on Russia for energy.
Thank you. And that's why we need to be doing the innovation that this committee will do. We're at a crossroads right now where we can't depend on China for those resources. We need to do the mining, the recycling, and everything else that it will take to invest in ourselves here at home. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. I recognize the gentleman, my colleague from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We need to level set and be honest about the use of energy on the planet and its importance for economic growth and national security. Next year, regardless of any policies pushed by the Biden administration, the world will use more carbon energy than it did this year, and the year after that, and the year after that. In the United States, this administration has taken a whole-of-government approach to dissuade development. But in Europe, we're seeing a realignment accompanied by substantial long-term investment in carbon energy as countries try to make up for Russian supply chains. The Norwegian Energy Ministry has proposed putting 92 new offshore oil and gas blocks on offer in its next licensing round. And Spain has laid the groundwork to become EU's national gas hub. They have the capacity to onboard it, they just need to move it. Germany is building an infrastructure to support up to 56 billion cubic meters of LNG import capacity, roughly the same amount imported by pipe from Russia in 2021. Given the right regulatory environment, these investments are for the long term. Despite past rhetoric, there is an awakening in Europe that energy security is essential to national security and economic growth. And there are lessons to be learned from Europe, and if we don't think the challenges there are relatable to the United States, we only have to look to the Northeast, where natural gas availability is threatened by an artificial supply crunch. Like continental Europe, natural gas shipped in from producing areas. However, unlike countries such as Spain and Germany, northeastern states have yet to recognize the threat posed by unreliable access to energy, despite warnings from grid operators, industrial users, and utilities. At nearly every opportunity, the permitting and certification process for carbon energy infrastructure have been mired in legal and regulatory entanglements. And worse yet, for my friends who support green energy, we have taught them how to stop those projects as well. You don't have to look any farther than the Northern Pass Pipeline, which is trying to bring hydropower from Montreal to Boston, and it cannot get built in any state on the northeast corner. You know who shut it down? Indigenous tribes in southern Canada and the Sierra Club. From the defeat of the Constitution Pipeline to the cancellation of the Northeast Supply Enhancement projects, years of coordinated activist environmental opposition have prevented the construction of 1,000 miles of interstate pipeline across the Northeast. Instead of expediting deployment of the necessary infrastructure to move abundant energy resources, northeastern states, supported by an antagonist federal regulatory environment, have done everything in their power to actually halt that development. Since day one, the Biden administration has taken that playbook and applied it on a national scale. Last month, through an overly vague and expansive definition of waters of the United States, the Biden administration further empowered activist environmental entities within states to abuse the Section 401 certification process to stifle pipeline development for political reasons. Now, only a few weeks later, a new guidance from the Council on Environmental Quality will further muddy the waters as agencies evaluate greenhouse gas emissions and climate change when considering proposed actions under NEPA. Under this latest proposal, the Council on Environmental Quality is pushing for agencies to use the NEPA process to link decisions with a national climate change agenda, connecting NEPA reviews to environmental justice, pushing out arbitrary alternatives, and providing a new pathway to consider both upstream and downstream emissions. While it remains to be seen how this new guidance will play out, it almost certainly will further slow the development much needed energy infrastructure projects and drive capital away from the carbon energy resources. Undersecretary Dabbar, and I appreciate what you said about the lithium-ion battery, because when we figure out a better way to store electric energy, it'll have as great of an impact on our economy as the steam engine or the microchip. The problem is that the lithium-ion battery ain't it. But in your testimony, you talked about the need for reform of FERC as part of the permitting and approval process. Can you walk through how the activist capital combined with FERC straying from its statutory charge has distorted the marketplace for carbon energy infrastructure?
Yes, Congressman. So as you laid out, the very, very long approval processes are effectively a tactic to never build, right, for the people who are appealing. That's what it is. And, in the last administration, actually, CEQ put a time stop, if you may remember. It was like, it's not a yes or a no, but you got to get it done in a certain time period.
I called it an unreasonable amount of time.
And so I think some sort of, and Congressman Peters talked about NEPA reform. I think one of the key things that's holding up things from getting built is the incredible long time period from the time that a company tries to lay it out to the approval plus the inflation, right? The inflation makes projects with the long delay undoable economically at the end of the day. So I think some sort of time stop on a NEPA review, reform. It doesn't say it has to be built or it's going to be approved or not approved. It's just do something reasonable from a time period, I think is good for everything.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't think that we can have a hearing about unleashing our domestic energy supply and not mention the record profits that big oil companies are about to announce from last year. 5 massive oil corporations are slated to earn a combined profit of almost $200 billion. These same companies sat here before this committee last year, and they groveled for more drilling permits so that they could lower prices. Apparently, they couldn't use any of those profits to start drilling on the thousands of permits they already have, and they couldn't allocate another dime to restart the refineries that they shut down. But you bet they used those profits for stock buybacks to inflate their share price and make sure they got their multi-million-dollar bonuses. Mr. Chair, I agree with you and members of your party that we need to achieve energy independence. We need to stop relying on the whims of OPEC, but we can't swap foreign oil oligarchs for domestic oil barons. We can't trade Vladimir Putin for ExxonMobil if they're going to keep doing the same thing, influence the market to pad their profits while working families pay the price. Mr. Chair, the American people want lower energy costs and a planet that their kids can inherit. To achieve that goal, we must focus on sustainable alternatives, and we're close to having one, in particular, that will change energy as we know it. Recent breakthroughs, including most recently at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, have finally put fusion energy within reach. Unlocking this virtually unlimited source of clean energy will drive down costs for families struggling with gas and oil prices. It'll reduce our carbon footprint and help ensure the healthy future of our planet for generations to come. But it won't happen without building on the public and private sector investments in research and development that have gotten us to this point. So, Dr. Unruh Cohen, first, thank you for your incredible work over the last 2 Congresses. In your testimony, you mentioned that U.S. public sector investment in clean energy trails other countries, including China. The Department of Energy is considering applications from private fusion companies for $50 million in public-private partnerships in a new milestone-based funding program that would support building fusion pilot plants. But according to the Fusion Industry Association, the funding opportunity announcement was significantly oversubscribed, with applications requesting close to 3 times as much funding as was allocated. Can you just tell us why public investment in fusion energy is so critical for accelerating the impact of existing private investment in the United States?
Yes, thank you for the question. And I spent a lot of my career working for Ed Markey, both in the House and the Senate, so I'm very familiar with the great clean energy technology in Massachusetts and the companies that are spinning up from that. And fusion is one of those. Obviously, you got a great one there. And, you know, the promise of fusion is amazing, and we've spent a lot of important research, federal research dollars going into that. We have had these really exciting breakthroughs, and I know, you know, we're on the cusp of being able to understand the potential there more and hopefully move forward to commercialization. I hadn't realized it had been oversubscribed. I hope that's something that this committee and the Appropriations Committee can work on to see if there's more resources available for that.
Same. Did you want to add to that?
So Congressman, probably one of the leading fusion companies in the country and the world is in or around your district in Devon. I think that plant is going to, when it comes online in 2025, will well outperform what happened at Livermore. They don't like to talk about how much, but I have a pretty good idea. When I ran the fusion energy program for the country, we decided when we were there to engage with the private sector, where DOE had not engaged with the private sector before. We had to break a little glass on that. I think the milestone program that we started moving along, needs to be expanded. And I know that some of the proposals and Build Back Better had made that larger. Yeah. I would highly encourage that we take the momentum on technology innovation, in particular in your state and your district, but elsewhere. And I would recommend that everyone here look at expanding that.
And I look forward to bipartisan work on that. I mean, I'll leave the committee with this. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission recently released their options for licensing and regulating fusion energy systems, which highlights the important safety and security benefits of fusion energy. No high-level nuclear waste, no chance of a meltdown, no special nuclear material like plutonium or uranium. But the paper also leaves some regulatory ambiguity, suggesting that future fusion power plants may be regulated like fission, which is a very different energy process. So I look forward to making sure that we put the right regulatory environment in place so that we don't stifle that innovation as it's coming to bear. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to fix something that was said earlier by Scott Peters. He said in Texas, 40% of our power is renewable. That's just not accurate. You go to EIA.gov, Energy Information Administrative, look at that. And in Texas, it's 50% natural gas, it's 18% coal, nuclear is 8%, and that's 76%. I'm not good in math, but that leaves about 24%. 20 of it is wind and 4% is solar. So we appreciate renewables in Texas. We do. But the real point of fact is that Texas, the renewables cannot be the leading actor. Renewables can be a supporting actor, but renewables cannot be the leading actor. We found that out in Winter Storm Uri. Y'all talked about pipelines, Mr. Dabbar. I think it was you and one of our members. The Keystone Pipeline would have come into my district over by Beaumont, Texas. It carries 830,000 barrels of oil a day. The Colonial Pipeline system that you talked about carries about 3.1 million barrels of product a day. The Keystone Pipeline is literally 1/4 of the output, what feeds the entire southeastern part of the United States. Why didn't the president come to Texas and beg us to drill for more oil? It's been a real mystery to us. Also in my Gulf Coast district, I have the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We house about 59%, not quite 60% of the SPR in my district. I've been watching it for a long time. I served 4 years in the Texas House. I was on the Environmental Energy Subcommittee. And I will tell you, or the Environmental Reg Committee, and I will tell you that we've paid a lot of attention. Texas has 225,000 miles of pipeline. The pipeline industry has a 99.925% safety rating. We can move product safer than anybody else. We can store it in the SPR. We can have it ready for emergency, not because the president wants to bring down gas prices in a election year. I mean, he's trying to help. Maybe he's storing classified documents in his garage to keep him paying storage fees. I don't know. He's just trying to help. But I want to go to you, if I can, Mr. McNalley. You made an interesting comment. You said an arsenal of energy is what we need. That's a great term. You talked about the things that we have to have. You talked about World War II attack, if I remember correctly. Americans need to know what's important and why we have to be energy dominant, energy independent. It's energy, it is absolutely energy safety, it's domestic safety, it is political safety, it's military safety, economic safety. You just can't express how important it is. For the president to draw down the SPR in an election year is totally uncalled for. I'm told you're an expert on the SPR, and you sound like you're pretty knowledgeable about it. So my question to you is, in your opinion, and you've probably gone back and looked, I think the SPR capacity, depends on who you talk to, is about 714 million barrels, maybe 730, depends on who you're reading. In your opinion, what is the proper use of the SPR, and what's the history of it, if you know that far back?
Thank you, Congressman Weber. Yes, I think we topped out at about 725 million barrels. It's now about down to about half of that level. We're at a 40-year low, so it hasn't been since 1983 that we've seen it this low. And it's really unfortunate because, in a way, in my view, it was a bipartisan mistake to start to sell off the SPR just to pay sort of for regular expenses in 2017. We did the same thing in the mid-1990s, and I worked for President Bush after 9/11 when we restocked the SPR at higher prices. So we kind of went around the circle once before. I was hoping we wouldn't have to do it again. But in addition to the mandatory non-emergency sales, which I think are very unfortunate but starting to reverse, President Biden, especially in November 2021, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, used it purely for political reasons. I mean, there was no disruption. The IEA wouldn't go along, and he had to beg China, of all people, of all countries, to go along with us. And that's up there in the halls of infamy with the decision by President Clinton, September 2020, 2 months before the election, to invite Al Gore to announce a heating oil release at that time, too. So with the emergency release in March of last year, at least we thought we were going to lose Russia. When it started out, we had a real emergency, we thought. But within a couple of months, we realized Russian supply wasn't going off. They should have suspended the sales at that point. So we have a mixed history with the SPR. Fortunately, some presidents have used it for purely political price control, very lamentable by my count twice. We've had no kidding emergency releases, and I would say the administration probably took the right decision initially, because we thought in March of 2022, the IEA said we're going to lose 3 million barrels a day of Russian supply in April, like 2 weeks later. Again, that wolf did not come in the village. We should have suspended those sales, but we did not. We did not. Thank you for the question.
I thank you for that, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I join in welcoming our new members and congratulating Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers on her historic chairmanship and thanking our witnesses for being here today. It has been a long day, but I have been here and appreciated your testimony. As we've heard throughout the day, our country leads in energy production and innovation. And we lead in these areas because of the work that is done in my district and surrounding areas in Houston, ones where we touch every single segment of the energy industry, from exploration and production, transportation, transmission, marketing, technology, both traditional and renewable. And I'm going to resist the congressional urge to spend 5 minutes talking about how great my district is, although it is. But I want to share these data points because I think it really helps underscore both the importance of the issues to me and also the depth and breadth of knowledge of my constituents that I bring to the work of this committee. And it's with that in mind that I am glad to say I've heard a lot of things I agree with today from our witnesses, from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. But I have also heard a few things I disagree with. And I can't go through all of them here, but I am disappointed to hear some of the attacks on the 117th Congress's energy policies, rather than more ideas about how we can work together to build on the historic investments that we made in the last Congress. And we have talked about some today, especially the focus on permitting issues that affects all sectors and which I very much look forward to working on. But I do think it's important to underscore that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act that we passed last Congress are historic pieces of legislation that make energy and infrastructure investments that further strengthen American energy security and drive innovation for our energy future. At this moment, we have an energy sector that is looking stronger than ever, with the EIA expecting U.S. domestic oil production to set a new record high this year of 12.4 million barrels a day, which would surpass the previous record set in 2019. The rig count is back up. It was 771 last week. Net exports are also expected to rise, further strengthening our energy security and, importantly, that of our allies. And this is happening while we are working to meet growing global demand for energy and reducing emissions. The bottom line is that we need to do all of the things we are doing and more, and we need a holistic approach. So I really look forward to talking about what that is and how we come together to do that on this committee, this Congress. But for today, I want to focus my questions on one of the programs that we passed in the bipartisan infrastructure law, funding for the implementation and design of regional hydrogen hubs. And through this program, Congress authorized the development of multiple hydrogen hubs to advance the country's clean hydrogen sector. And the Department of Energy will select 6 to 10 regions to establish these hydrogen hubs. Mr. Crenshaw and I recently led a letter to Secretary Granholm making the case, not surprisingly, for the department to select Houston as a location for a hydrogen hub under the program. So I want to direct my question first to Dr. Unruh Cohen. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask this. I have a quick follow-up if we can get to it. If not, I'll submit it to you for the record. But can you just talk a little bit about how this program will advance hydrogen technology deployment and why federal support is essential in emerging technological sectors like hydrogen?
Yes, and I will sing Houston's praises in the process because they are a great example of where industry, academia, the local government have come together to identify we need to take our strengths and talents in the energy industry and expand that. And so I think you will be a good candidate for the hydrogen hub. The program will drive these types of partnerships between industry and the federal government to develop the new technology. And hydrogen is critical for also all of the petrochemical work that happens in the Houston area because we're going to need clean, green hydrogen to help decarbonize some of those processes so that we can, benefit and have a clean chemicals coming out of our domestic plants.
Well, thank you for that. And with the time I have left, I may have to get your question for the record, and if anyone else wants to submit a response, I would appreciate that, because I think, while this investment is essential to jumpstarting the technology, I worry there's still a lot of hurdles that Congress needs to address before we can see widespread adoption. DOE's 2020 hydrogen program plan identified rights-of-way and permitting issues for hydrogen pipelines as challenges for hydrogen delivery infrastructure. And I think there's still a lot of unresolved questions regarding siting, political federal state jurisdictional conflicts, and the regulation of pipeline rates in terms of service that need to be resolved. So with the 12 seconds I have left, have I gone over?
It's going the wrong direction.
I'm going the wrong direction. So with that is my question. If you could respond to that for the record, I would appreciate it, and I will yield back the balance of my time that I've gone over. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me.
Yes. All right. Thank you. The gentlewoman from Texas yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, energy security is national security. We've heard that over and over again. And when we were in the last time we were in the majority, we passed the Congressional Review Act, and what it did was, revise a lot of the regulations, update a lot of the regulations around oil and gas industry. And what we saw, we couldn't believe. We became energy dominant, and we had the power to control the cost of a barrel of oil. That, to me, is maybe the greatest power that you can experience. In fact, we drove it, market price was $30, $40 a barrel. We created an oil war, went to $7 a barrel, and now we're, 90 to 100, it's been over 100, and Mr. McNalley, he said it's going to fluctuate even more than that. But in fact, we did this throughout the economy, and Ms. Jackson, everybody benefited. It was the greatest economy I've ever seen in my lifetime. So there's no secret that President Biden and his administration have declared a war on fossil fuels. I mean, he said there will be no more drilling. I think that was a quote. And so we see what's happened now. In fact, back in the greatest economy, we had 1.26% inflation. And Mr. McNally, how can we unleash oil and gas industry and become energy dominant again? Is there a secret sauce? I mean, to make both, yes.
Well, again, if I could rephrase my attempt to answer Congressman Eschew's very good question. Get back to all of the above and get honest data and analysis. If we can just do that, we'll be in a much better place. To his credit, President Obama, helped get rid of the crude oil export ban, which directly threatened the shale oil boom, and recognized not only was that good for our energy production, but helped us offset the loss of Iran, which we were sanctioning and so forth. He understood that transitions are multi-decade affairs, and he, to his credit, thought that gas was part of the clean energy future. But as you have pointed out, we have moved to keep it in the ground, to a war on fossil fuels, and that must end. And I think, honestly, if we could just get back to where we were in the last few presidents, including President Trump, where it's all of the above, we can unleash, our energy potential.
So, Congressman, it started with great innovation by the member from Texas. The Permian Basin cost year by year was dropping because of innovation. That allowed us to drive prices down globally as a result of that innovation. Then the federal system and the state systems allowed things to get built to move that energy to where it needs to go.
So let me ask you this. Would it be fair to assume that free market drives prices down, government intervention drives prices up?
That is the irony of what we're seeing today.
Okay, so what we've done, I was on the House Energy Action Team, and I met with I was a small business owner. I met with a lot of small business owners who were in the business of drilling and refining. They're out of business. They were driven out of business. You know, if you have more demand than you have supply, guess what? The price is going to go up. Now, obviously, if you're one of the few companies remaining, you're going to benefit from that. Now, how do we reverse that? We got to open up the free markets, and then you will drive down prices. I mean, you know, there's no secret to the way our economy works. As far as, also I wanted to ask you a quick question. I got about 45 seconds about Russia being the leading leader in exporting enriched fuel. And of course, the strategy was to urge for U.S. production of our own nuclear fuel. I've got Vogtle 3 and 4 hopefully coming online. We got plenty of electricity in Georgia. In fact, you're probably going to have to bring your car to Georgia to charge it at some point in time. But can you give me a little background on that?
So Russia has almost half of the global enrichment market. The biggest exposed country to that is the United States. If Russia tomorrow decided to stop exporting their enriched uranium to us, over the course of a couple of refueling cycles, we might lose half of the fuel needed to run the nuclear power plants. That's 20% of the country. That's 10% of the power plants would be at risk of not having fuel.
Well, I would hope that this Congress will do something about that. Thank you. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I received the Republican committee memo for today's hearing, what stood out to me was the complete absence of the need for U.S. energy policy to address climate change or environmental justice. Not a word. An effective U.S. energy policy must keep costs down, create the jobs of the future, and reduce the fossil fuel pollution that warms our planet and harms the public health of many communities, including my own Latino community and communities of color in my district. Dr. Unruh Cohen, let me thank you. Thank you for your tireless work in the last Congress with the Select Committee to make sure that we were doing everything we could to save the planet, addressing climate change, and doing the hard work of the Select Committee. Now, one important program from the Inflation Reduction Act that Democrats passed is the $3 billion for climate and environmental justice block grants, based off of my bill, the Climate Justice Grants Act. Can you tell us a little bit about how can this program help to reduce energy costs and reduce pollution in communities of color and other communities across the country?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. That's one of the most exciting programs in the Inflation Reduction Act that's going to provide funding to empower communities to look at the challenges that they're facing when it comes to energy costs, climate costs. You know, as we've heard from Ms. Jackson and others, you know, there are challenges that constituents are facing. High prices are, you know, are problems for everybody. And so this program is going to really empower communities to figure out the solutions that work the best for them to help bring them affordable, clean energy and respond to the climate crisis consequences that they're seeing already in their communities.
Great, thank you. My next question is also for you. I want to talk a little bit about geothermal, something the chair and I have actually working on together in how we invest in geothermal. This question is related to the Climate Crisis Action Plan that the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis worked on, highlighted the development of more geothermal energy as a building block of growing American clean energy production. Could you describe how increased development of geothermal energy in California and elsewhere would enhance U.S. energy security with 24/7 clean power?
Yes. Geothermal is tapping into the power of the earth and what is all around us. California has been a leader because of the particular geologic benefits and profile in California. But as the technology has improved from investment in DOE over the years, we are now at a place where we're close to commercialization of energy supply in areas that don't have quite the great resources that California and other parts of the West have. And so it will add to that need to provide dispatchable power to have to fill in at times that we need it. And I think it's actually one of the most exciting opportunities coming our way. In addition, quickly, it also will use the skill set and training of many members who are working or workers in the oil and gas industry right now. And so it provides an additional opportunity for them to take their skills and help continue to provide this country with energy.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a January 30th Climate Wire article titled, China Invests $546 Billion in Clean Energy, Far Surpassing the U.S. This is China's 2022 investment. Dr. Unruh Cohen, the Inflation Reduction Act passed by Democrats includes $369 billion in clean energy and climate programs. It's important to fight climate change and to compete with China for the jobs and industries of the future. More must be done to support clean energy. What are the most important steps the U.S. can take in the next few years to keep pace with China on clean energy?
I think we're seeing it already. Just since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we've seen hundreds of announcements about bringing clean technology manufacturing to the U.S. and expanding what we have already. I had in my testimony, nearly $90 billion in projects, and that's private capital coming in, ready to partner and have that synergy with the federal government investments.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California has asked for a document to be entered into the record. We're waiting for that document. Pierre will reserve that till the end of the meeting.
Great, thank you.
Yes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I know it's been a long day. Mr. Dabbar, my first question is for you. It's no secret that the shale revolution in the United States has brought immense economic benefits. In Ohio, natural gas and oil development contributes more than $50 billion of the state's GDP and supports hundreds of thousands of jobs. In addition to the economic benefits, we've also seen clean environmental benefits from increased use of natural gas. According to the Department of Energy, use of natural gas for electric power production has led to a 57% reduction in domestic emissions of airborne particles such as soot. This has resulted in an estimated $17 billion in annual health benefits. And in 2021, U.S. natural gas exports were the highest on record, and the United States has been an annual net exporter of natural gas since 2017. Can you discuss the public health and environmental benefits America has seen as a result of the shale revolution?
As you pointed out, the big shift from coal to natural gas has had a big impact. Another thing that's been kind of underreported, and actually this is kind of efficiency when it comes to natural gas. The natural gas power plants that you produce in your state, the combined cycle gas plants, are about 50% more efficient than they were. So they run on natural gas and they're 50% more efficient. That means it takes less BTUs, it takes less energy to make the same amount of electricity, and it produces 50% less emissions. So the emissions have been driven down, in large part because of your state, because of both the natural gas production, but the turbine improvements, the combination of those two has dramatically reduced emissions as a result.
Thank you. And follow-up to that, and can you discuss the possible global environment benefits in exporting our cleaner natural gas to developing nations?
Yeah, so the developing nations, if you go to any international conference, you go to especially the African nations, they are very upset today, okay? Because they say that the IMF and the World Bank is saying, like, you can't get any money to build energy. You guys did it, but we're not allowed. And it's pretty stark when you go out into to these international meetings and listen, in particular, to the African nations. Right now, they burn coal being made by Chinese companies, coal power plants. They don't produce much natural gas in China. They have to import. So our ability to export natural gas to those countries and do what we did in this country versus what the Chinese are doing to the world is quite obvious.
Thank you. With green at all cost advocates in Europe shut off nuclear and fossil fuel power generation years ago without concern for their own baseload needs, they found themselves beholden to the likes of Putin for oil and natural gas. What's happened in Europe is certainly not a path my constituents want our country to follow. Mr. Dabbar, you referenced the problems facing Germany earlier, and I'd like to expand on that. Do you have concerns that this administration is putting the cart before the horse when it comes to the transition to renewables? That's the first question. And instead of picking winners and losers, why is it so important this administration and Congress promote all forms of energy production?
If you want to see the worst case energy policies, is look at Germany. They decided to shut down nuclear when it was perfectly safe because of what happened in Japan. They decided to increase their risk with an autocrat in terms of their energy exposure, and they expanded renewables where Germany's not particularly sunny, and it's hard to cite because it's a relatively crowded country. I think one of the starkest things you can see on the internet was when the former president was at the UN saying to the Germans that they were going to be increasing their risk of energy exposure to Russia and they better stop it. And there was a picture of the Germans at the UN laughing at them. I think we know where things actually turned out.
Agree. Mr. McNalley, I'd also like to hear your thoughts on how we can ensure energy policies don't lead us into the same situation much of Europe has found itself in. You have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yes. So again, do not let China dominate the supply lines for renewable power and electric vehicles should those really take off and scale into the future. Maintain our strategic stockpiles, become an arsenal of energy, remain that, stay open to exports, keep diversity in global energy, and be at the center of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio yields. The chair recognizes the very patient gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my own fault. The rule is if you miss the gavel, then you go to the end of the line. I didn't realize that. That wasn't true when we were in the pandemic. Anyway, I'm happy to be on the committee and happy to be here today, and I'm really looking forward to the rollout of the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, because I think it's really going to make a difference. It's going to make a difference to communities all over this country, and it is going to make an unprecedented investment into America's clean energy future, creating millions of good, clean jobs and lowering the prices of people at home on their energy bills, and finally really addressing the climate crisis. And I agree with a previous Democrat here saying that I don't hear enough about that. We should put in the same level all of the energy options, but this is an existential issue right now, dealing with the climate, and I'm so happy that we are going to be addressing that, and as well as maintaining and I think even enhancing the economy of our country. One of the things that was in the bills that we passed would be an investment in a historic $15 billion for the removal of lead service lines, a problem in my community and in so many communities where we're not drinking clean water because of these lead service lines, but also billions of dollars that are going into to help communities that are most affected, low-income communities often most populated by people of color. But I also want to mention that over almost 100 years, Americans have been subsidizing the fossil fuel industry to the tune, even today, of billions of dollars. And I think it's important just to mention that somehow spending the amount of money that we are on addressing the climate crisis is certainly as important. I wanted to ask Dr. Unruh Cohen the question similar to the one that was asked earlier. We haven't rolled out the kind of programs that are going to deal with environmental justice communities that are suffering right now. What are some of the important things that we are going to be doing that will serve those communities and address the absolute relevant issues that Ms. Jackson raised?
Thank you for the question. And I think, we're in a really exciting time. So for these are the first laws that we really have been able to put money forward in specifically environmental justice programs. The Biden administration is focusing in its investments and has committed to its fulfilling the Justice 40 so that we see these benefits flow to these communities that have been underinvested in, that have experienced the impact of pollution that comes from fossil fuel development and refining.
Aren't there also workforce opportunity benefits that might accrue?
Yes, absolutely. And I think we'll see as these clean energy programs roll out, there will be a focus of developing jobs for people in the community and getting them the training. We've talked about earlier, workforce is a place that I think we need to have more focus from the Congress in this committee. And so I hope, while we'll see some improvement, that this committee can work on some of those issues going forward.
Let me ask you this. Instead, it seems to me, of working to pass what I think is ineffective legislation that was passed that had to do with, am I over? I think I am just about over. Okay, I'll write that and send it to you. Thank you.
I look forward to it.
I appreciate it. And I yield back.
I don't mean to be aggressive, but we're trying to get everybody in
You're
before
right.
votes. So the gentlewoman yields. The chair calls on the gentleman, Mr. Fulcher from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to respond to a comment that a few moments ago from my friend from California that indicated that the United States somehow needs to follow China's lead on clean energy investment. And I just want to state for the record that if anyone believes that that's a model that we want to follow, pay China a visit. And I think they may change their mind. But on to my specific topic today. This is going to be a question for Mr. Dabbar, but it is in regard to geothermal energy. And in my state, Idaho, we've been a little bit of a pioneer on that front. There's the first district heating system in the country was in Boise, Idaho in 1892. We've got a very good resource there. It's carbon-free, it's base load, and we're a little bit familiar with it there. But it doesn't seem to get a lot of attention. And you made a comment, Mr. Dabbar, earlier today that caught my ear that you need to be technology neutral, I think was the term you used, when making decisions on these sources, and not some political idea and try to drive it with subsidies. And so with that comment, I wanted to just get your opinion. I've had a bill that I've run for several years called the Enhancing Geothermal Production on Federal Lands Act. It basically allows geothermal exploration and production on federal lands where there's already existing leases, oil and gas leases. It hasn't made it very far, but I wanted to just get your opinion. Does this satisfy the tech-neutral argument that you laid out before? What are the opportunities and challenges for geothermal in this country?
Congressman, I think expanding geothermal is absolutely something that we should be looking at, and not knowing every detail of the bill. I think facilitating lands that are already being used for energy production that have the geology already mapped out is going to drive down cost and increase the likelihood of finding the right formation, and further investment in driving down costs of geothermal equipment, right, and the thermal efficiency. It's great baseload generation, right? It's great baseload generation wherever it's at. And I would think that any place that it is available, we should be aggressively attacking that.
Great, thank you for that. And I need to pivot and just utilize my time as best as possible. I'm going to shift. I'm going to have a question for Mr. McNalley here. It does go to the nuclear arena. And also in my state, we have the Idaho National Lab. And there's a lot of research there with the small modular reactors. And one of the arguments that we hear is that in addition to the efficiency of the energy production, there could also be some upside when it comes to grid security. Specifically, because we're threatened with sabotage, we're threatened with cyber attacks on our energy systems so much now. By having a energy source which you can isolate, for example, one reactor could potentially power the city of Boise, Idaho. By isolating that and staying off ultimate connectivity of an overall grid, that could help with cyber security or cyber attack threats. Your comments on that, is that true or is it false? Is it a benefit to be isolated off the grid, or is it a negative to do that?
Congressman Fulcher, on that question, that's outside my area of expertise. I would defer to my panel mate, Mr. Dabbar, if you might have a view on that, but that is outside my area of expertise, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so I think nuclear power is absolutely supportive of grid security. First of all, it's really hard to penetrate a nuclear reactor in terms of security, and I think that has a lot of value. And then at the end of the day, the availability of it is unparalleled in this system.
But the isolation of staying off of a greater grid, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
The ability to separate in times of any challenges in the grid, including an attack, has great value.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the witnesses as well. Most of the good questions have been asked today. Thank you all for being here. I represent the Permian Basin. It's been mentioned several times. I mean, this is literally the heartbeat of America's energy. It's the heartbeat of the shale revolution. I'm so proud of the men and women in the Permian Basin, Midland and Odessa, and throughout that part of the country that have innovated to a point where we have literally helped raise 1 billion people out of poverty throughout the world. We have literally lowered the cost of living for every American family to the tune of $2,500 per year. We have allowed this economy prior to January of 2021 to soar, to absolutely take off. And I'm trying to figure out right now the discussion about the climate crisis. Who is saying that this is the greatest threat we face with any sort of facts? And Mr. McNalley, to your point, I want to see the analysis here. I want to see the data. You all have made some incredible points on that. I go back to some of the campaign promises that the president made, and I quote, "We are going to get rid of fossil fuels. There will be no more coal plants. We are going to phase out fossil fuels." Those were 3 quotes that he made. I got to hand it to him. He has done everything he possibly can with every tool to assault the 2 million Texans who are in this industry, who are like Dr. Cohen's family in Corpus Christi, who are doing the things cleaner, more efficiently, and better than anywhere else on the planet. He has assaulted this industry in a way that is directly attacking, and thank you, Ms. Jackson, for your testimony today, the most vulnerable in our country. I appreciate the regulatory and the permitting discussions. Mr. Dabbar, if we continue with the policies that this administration is pushing, what's our country going to look like? What's our economy going to look like? What's our, we're expecting, 45% increase in demand over the next 30 years in electricity. What are we going to look like?
I think the key word that you just mentioned there, Congressman, is demand. So I think no matter how you approach this topic, as long as there's a demand for a product, then it has to be supplied from someplace. And take aside all the other debates, if we're still going to be needing petrochemicals to make this pen or to drive some cars because they're not all electric vehicles, someone has to provide it. I think we can all agree on that from both sides. And so if it's not produced in Midland or Odessa, it's going to be produced in Caracas or outside Tehran. So that's it. That's it. So if we restrict it because of ESG, if we restrict it because of siting in this country, it will be produced overseas. It will emit more. It will be more environmentally hurtful for the world. It will be less jobs. It will be jobs in Tehran, not jobs in Odessa. I think it's relatively straightforward. So even if you have this debate on this topic, about demand, as long as the demand's there, for national security and the economy and the environment, it's better to be produced in America than it is in Russia or someplace else.
Right now in San Angelo, Texas, my hometown, which is about 100 miles to the east of Midland, Odessa, it's 27 degrees. It's snowing. There's no wind at all. And the sun is not going to shine until Friday morning. And it'll be 27 degrees on Friday morning. I just looked at the weather forecast. I asked Mr. Kerry, the climate, I don't know what his official position is. I call him the climate czar. But I asked him if renewables provide baseload capacity. And I'll ask Dr. Cohen the same to you. We have a ton of wind energy. In fact, we're so proud of the wind energy we have, which is more than the state of California in my district. Do renewables, whether it's solar or wind or another form I'm not familiar with, provide baseload capacity for my family right now?
Renewables provides predictable electricity for your family and families all across the country.
And predictable is, I think, not always reliable.
Predictable means predictable. We know when the sun will shine. We know when the wind will blow. Smart grid operators can then provide, make the energy decisions they need to keep the lights on. I just happened to look at the Texas electricity map yesterday, and I noticed there is a lot of stranded electricity down in my part of the world. So if Texas could continue its leadership in building transmission, they actually would be able to free up some of that renewables that's blowing between Corpus Christi and San Antonio and get it up to other parts of the state.
It takes every form of energy, every amount of energy, and every bit of energy to service the demands. I could talk for another 10 minutes, but I don't have that much time.
Well, maybe we can talk again another
But
time.
I won't let you.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The chair calls on the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. You're tired. I'm tired. So I'm going to make a couple of comments, and then I will go to my question for Mr. Dabbar. Ms. Jackson, I want you to know that I represent a rural district with 2 distressed counties. The average median income is $49,000, so I understand exactly. I get calls every day from constituents who I call my friends and family, by the way, and they tell me if I pay my power bill, I'm going to have to make decisions about do I buy groceries or do I buy my medication. So I just want you to know I totally understand, okay? And Mr. McNalley, your statement about foreign and domestic actors beginning to attack our domestic energy infrastructure has never been more evident than with the Colonial Pipeline attack. I was on Homeland Security last Congress on the Cybersecurity and Critical Infrastructure Subcommittee, and it was very frightening to hear that how that attack occurred and that it can happen again. And it hit me because I drive from my district in East Tennessee all the way to Washington, D.C. every weekend, and I had to stop at every gas station along the way to make sure that I had fuel just to come here and do my job. So that hit home, and you saying, I agree with you that Congress needs to be better prepared for more cybersecurity attacks, and we need to hold those bad actors accountable. That's a big deal. And Mr. Dabbar, your comments about Russia having the largest overall HEU stockpile in the world and your statement that the U.S. needs to work on our uranium enrichment capabilities is on point. And just so you know, I have nuclear fuel services in my district, and I've talked to many of those people there, and they absolutely understand the importance of this very issue, why we need to do enriched uranium. So with that said, and I'll continue to talk to them, so stay tuned. I agree that we absolutely need a higher base load of power because we've seen how fragile we are to these disruptions. And my question is this: Well, I'm from East Tennessee, the 1st District, and just before Christmas, East Tennesseans experienced rolling blackouts after the Tennessee Valley Authority was unable to meet those energy demands required to heat your homes during Storm Elliott. We know that natural gas facilities can come fully online in around 30 minutes, and our best option for ramping up energy production in a pinch. My question is this, how much additional investment in natural gas will we need to combat these unexpected increases in energy demand in the future?
So, Congresswoman, TVA shut down baseload just like other places have.
Yeah, they did.
And that's the reason why I think you ran into those problems, was that TVA was shutting down more plants. There are coal plants. You can kind of understand it, but you're going to need to replace them with something. You need to replace them with something that can be dispatched.
Yeah.
And natural gas is the obvious place to go, subject to some new nuclear power plants, which would be wonderful for East Tennessee.
Yeah.
And so the gas pipelines in general are not there to replace plants that used to be coal and rail and so on. So things are getting more unreliable in the whole TVA area, including in your region. That's the reality. And if gas pipelines are not built, you're going to run into that problem more and more as your great economy grows. I know East Tennessee well from being at DOE.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have additional problems because your economic growth is so strong.
The scary thing was that they didn't give notice, TVA didn't, to the emergency management services. The emergency broadcast systems went down because of the rolling blackouts. There was equipment damage. We're trying to track that too as we go along to see how long they were down, how much notice did they get, how much damage was done monetarily, because there's one industry that lost $3.5 million just from the shutdown and had to work through the weekend. And I have a question, anybody can answer this in the amount of time I have left. The American people tell us, come up here and work, do your job, and get results. But like so many other projects, whether it be energy production or highway improvements, they get stalled in the NEPA process. And I guess my question is, what would a rewrite of NEPA look like, and how that would allow for us to build natural gas production so that environmentalists can't stall those projects into non-existence? Does anybody?
How about a bipartisan agreement to have legally enforceable deadlines for NEPA decisions? Clean energy, conventional energy, everything. Just say you got a certain amount of time, you got to get it done here, and you cut back on the litigation risk that we've heard today. And it's for all energies, all businesses, and so forth. I sense maybe there's bipartisan agreement behind that. And then we might want to think about critical national security infrastructure, where there you supersize it. You say, NEPA, you got to go even faster. But I would hope I'm sensing bipartisan agreement. We got to improve permitting for all energy here.
Fantastic. I guess,
Chairman, I just underscore that the Inflation Reduction Act had nearly $1 billion for agencies to fund their permitting work.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields. Take us home. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Meeks.
Usually I don't need this, but Iowa's an energy state. And let me also say unequivocally that all of us, I think, bipartisan agree that we want a cleaner, healthier planet for our children and our grandchildren. But we also want to be able to have an economy that can compete in a global economic environment. Energy demand that I learned at COP26 and COP27, to my surprise, I thought energy demand was increasing. I was surprised to hear at COP26 and 27 that they thought energy demand is increasing. What I've yet seen from this administration is a way to transition with reducing emissions. So let me tell you a little bit about Iowa. Iowa has 50% of its energy from renewables. So that is wind, solar, biodiesel, ethanol, biomass, biochar, manure. We have this entire slew, and up until 2 years ago, we also had nuclear. We have an entire slew. 58% of our electricity is generated by wind. And we were told this year that we would potentially have rolling blackouts. Why? Because we're an energy exporter. So why should a state that generates massive amounts of renewable energy be subject to rolling blackouts? And it's because there's not enough energy production. On average, it takes 6.5 years to prevent transmission projects in this country. There are some examples of projects taking over 10 years, and they're still not fully transmitted or permitted. If we're serious about improving our grid security, modernizing our grid infrastructure, and diversifying our energy mix, we need permitting reform. Last Congress, I introduced the Stay Off My Line Act, which seeks to address some of these permitting challenges. And just very briefly, if you can, because I've got a couple of questions, what other steps can we take to improve our nation's permitting process when it comes to transmission? So if you would, Mr. Dabbar, if you could take a swipe at that.
Excuse me, your microphone, please.
The time clock of approvals under NEPA is basically preventing things from getting built. I think that's the biggest thing that could get fixed.
Thank you very much.
I would add that in Senator Manchin's permitting legislation, the language that dealt with transmission, I think, is a good place for this committee to look about going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Unruh Cohen, and you had mentioned that earlier as well. Iowa is also the nation's largest fuel ethanol producer, and it accounts for about 1/4 of U.S. fuel ethanol production capacity. I've heard a lot from this administration and from people about electrifying our transportation sector. So I want to bring up a little different source of energy than what we've talked about throughout this 4 hours. I'm very supportive of ethanol-based aviation fuels or sustainable aviation fuels. According to the Department of Energy, replacing existing jet fuels with sustainable aviation fuels has been recognized as an effective strategy to help the aviation industry reduce greenhouse gas emissions, diversify fuel supply, and enhance energy security. The technology needed for SAF production already exists, including ethanol to jet conversion technologies. Compared to petroleum jet fuel, sustainable aviation fuel produced from today's corn ethanol offers a 15% lower carbon intensity, and as we've heard, can even be carbon negative. This is in part because the technology to produce ethanol from corn is improved. In fact, life cycle emissions of corn ethanol have decreased by roughly 1/4 in the past 15 years. What sort of R&D incentives and coordinated efforts would be needed to speed up the deployment of SAF in commercial aviation? Mr. McNalley?
I hate to, I learned a long time ago working for President Bush, you either know the answer to the question or you say, I don't know, and I can find out. So I'm going to pass to any other of my colleagues who might have views on SAF. It's not something in research and development.
I mean, we funded quite a bit of this at DOE, and as you mentioned, it's a big area of focus. The conversion of wind energy into sustainable aviation fuel through a series of chemistry steps is completely doable. You can turn wind into aviation fuel. And so it takes a few steps of energy, and some efficiency needs to be improved. But Iowa's in an excellent position to help drive that innovation.
Thank you very much, and I would agree with our, Ames Laboratory, with what we're doing in the renewable space, and then also continued innovation in nuclear fusion, as we've just seen some landmark things occur, and then in hydrogen as well. I think we have a bright future if we focus on where we have agreement and that we all want a cleaner, healthier planet. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and the chair calls on the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being troopers. We are in hour 6 of this committee. So thank you for your diligence, persistence, and endurance. But speaking of endurance, our economy needs some endurance, and that can only be provided through a reliable domestic production of energy. So I'm so excited. This is our first hearing, our first topic. It goes without saying, I think, regardless if you're Republican or Democrat, we are an energy economy. Everything begins and ends with energy. So I'm excited for all the discussions that we've had today. I am the author of the REINS Act, which seeks to rein in the regulatory environment, which costs our economy $2 trillion a year. You can look no further than the work that is being done at DOE or at FERC or others at where this has been an ever-growing presence. So I'm going to go down the line, if you guys can keep them short, because I do have a follow-up question to all our witnesses, but I'll start with you, Mr. McNalley. Give me one regulation that we can take off the books that would help unleash domestic production of energy and bring down costs of energy in America. Just one.
take off or reform, it would be NEPA. NEPA's the taproot of all the problems. You fix NEPA and you fix a whole lot of things.
Dr. Cohen?
I think we've talked about unleashing some of the clean renewable energy that's tied up, and we need more transmission for that.
What regulation specifically?
I think FERC is doing some rulemaking right now that will look at their regional planning, and I think that improvement will bring a lot of new transmission building to our country.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Which, by the way, you've had remarkable quotes today. I've actually written a number of them down, so thank you for your testimony today.
Well, I'm going to say, and I don't know if I have the regulation correct, but I would say make reform, the permitting reform, so that we can have more energy production. Doesn't matter how many leases you have, if you can't get the permits, it's useless.
Certainty. Certainty in government. It's a novel concept, I know.
I'll also go with NEPA. I think we need to clear out the litigation that's back, that the standards that have been built up, and only you could clear out all that.
Perfect. Thank you. And it goes right back to you, Mr. Dabbar. We need to put energy security back at the center of our energy policy, both for our national security, but also for our allies. My question to you is an element of IP theft and China. You were at the Department of Energy during the 1,000 Talents program crackdown concerning Chinese researchers gaining access to intellectual property and other sensitive security information. And now you're also involved in a cutting-edge quantum technology exploration. What specifically can we do, should we do, to protect our secrets and other sensitive information from the Chinese Communist Party, and how will this effort benefit our own technological development?
Well, with a spin out of Caltech that there's a certain member here I think may also have went to earlier, the reality is the Chinese have a vast amount of effort for stealing technologies from national labs that I caught. When I showed up at DOE, there was a significant amount of technology that was being appropriated legally because we had no regulation on the interaction. But also at universities. So when I was at DOE, we rolled out 4 orders to limit that. And I'll give you one example of something that I think should be applied to other areas in addition to DOE, is that we banned grant money, the American taxpayer money, going to university researchers who were also, at the same time, talent program members for the Chinese Communist Party. We said the American taxpayer money should not go to those people who are also working for them.
Seems a little too common sense, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm sorry, I cut you off, but to that point, I mean, you have the 1,000 Talents program, you have the Confucius Institutes on college campuses. I mean, is there something specifically, a database that we're tracking, or is it simply just not on the books, or has it been done by executive order on the connection between 1,000 Talents and issues of national security and programs that we're working on?
Yeah, it's basically been a few agencies that have done it, and that's it. I would recommend that this Congress take a look at the best practices for what's been done at DOE and some others at DOD, because at NSF, at NIST, the Federal Reserve has Chinese.
Wow. I appreciate
the chair
the feedback.
Greatly wants to excuse our witnesses. If you can endure, we've got one more. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses. You've done an amazing job. I know it's been a very long day. For you, it is almost over. I want to thank you for hanging in there with us. Mr. Dabbar, you said something in your testimony that really resonated when you highlighted the fact that we are removing baseload generation from our grid at a much faster rate than we are adding intermittent power sources. And as I'm sure you know, that's a particularly acute problem in my home state of California. Because of that, we're having a situation where there are times when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing where we're having to pay adjacent states to take our excess energy because we have so much of it. And then we have other times when we have brownouts or we have to ask people to curtail demand because we don't have enough baseload. So the question for you is, what should be done about that? What do you think we ought to be doing differently to solve that problem?
So the only entity that's trying to pay attention to this, and I think they're doing a poor job, is the Cal ISO, and that's because FERC has allowed them to do what they're doing on what you just described. I think that FERC should be that you all should look at a reform of the Federal Power Act to guide FERC to actually do their job to order the California ISO to effectively set up efforts that would reinvigorate building of baseload.
Right. I agree with you on the federal side. On the state side, I actually put the blame more with the California State Legislature, where I served for 6 years. I think the folks at Cal ISO do their best, but sometimes are constrained by the state law that's imposed on them. And that's one of the reasons why my constituents pay twice as much for residential electricity as neighboring states, 3 times as much for commercial electricity, 4 times as much for industrial. It really puts a hard, heavy burden on the people of California.
Commissioner Bernie McNalley, former FERC commissioner, has written a couple of papers about how these layers of state RPS standards and tax incentives have turned what was an efficient market model that was anticipated under the Federal Power Act into very convoluted systems, which does exactly as you described, sir.
Right. So, talking about baseload, I wonder if we could have a discussion about what a potential path forward would be. So, obviously, we are trying to rekindle some interest in fission energy, but there have been very promising developments in fusion energy, and I know you had a question on this from my co-chair on the Fusion Caucus, Ms. Trahan. Could you talk about the future you see for fusion and maybe your level of optimism that could be part of the solution to the problem?
So for a couple of decades, there was not much innovation in the material science and other areas around fusion. There was a lot of innovation in batteries and wind and solar. But as of about 5 or 6 years ago, there was some big jumps in terms of innovation in fusion, in particular around material science that allowed for the magnetic fields to get stronger. That really makes the possibility of a net-out fusion possible. The NIF announcement at Livermore was great, but that was not made to be a power plant. That was dealing with the weapons program, so it wasn't made to be a power plant. But I think that there are a number of fusion companies, including in Southern California, including in Northern California, as well as Massachusetts, that are much farther down the road than even NIF at Lawrence Livermore. I would recommend that given fusion has all the positives of all the other energy sources and literally almost none of the negatives. And so given the advances in technology, I'd recommend further additional investment by the country into this now kind of beginning to break through area.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it has the potential to really revolutionize this space and solve a lot of these big, hairy societal problems that we've been grappling with. But I see I'm out of time. I'd ask you a follow-up question about this, but let it suffice to just say that I think it's going to require more than just investment. We're going to have to take a look at some of the regulatory framework that we've created that's appropriate for fission, but might not be appropriate for fusion. I think we're going to have to amend the Atomic Energy Act to try and create a framework that works and that really catalyzes the growth of that industry. But I want to thank you for your testimony. Thank you to all of our witnesses. I really enjoyed the hearing today. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The witnesses have made it, and I want you to know you were worth everything that you were paid to be here today. And I'm going to talk to the committee about building in bathroom breaks in the future. Thank you so much to our witnesses and to all of our members. Without objection, I'd like to request the following documents to be entered into the record for today's hearings. A letter concerning the lack of natural gas infrastructure from the industry and industrial energy consumers of America. A letter concerning energy regulations and productions from the American Exploration and Production Council. A statement concerning regulations and baseload generations retirements from Americans Power. A paper entitled Creating an Arsenal of Energy from Forum for American Leadership. A paper entitled Blueprint for Serious and Sound Climate Policy from the Forum for American Leadership. a paper entitled 8 Necessary Steps to Defend U.S. Critical Energy Infrastructure from Cyber Attacks from the Forum for American Leadership, a paper entitled Congress is Key to Restoring Realism in U.S. Energy Policy from the Forum for American Leadership, a paper entitled Setting U.S. Climate Policy Straight, Recommendations from the 118th Congress from the Forum of American Leadership, a paper entitled Restoring U.S. Energy Security, Recommendations for the 118th Congress from the Forum for American Leadership. By the way, the witnesses can leave. A report entitled Restoring America's Competitive Nuclear Energy Advantage from the Department of Energy. A report entitled Reducing Russian Involvement in Western Nuclear Power Markets from Columbia University Center on Global Energy Policy, and an article entitled Russia's State Nuclear Company Aids War Effort Leading to Calls for Sanctions from the Washington Post, an article entitled Ukraine War to Accelerate Shift Away from Fossil Fuels from E&E News, report entitled Energy Justice and Climate Change, Key Concepts for Public Health from the American Public Health Association, and a report entitled Improving Equity Outcomes for New Federal Investments in Clean Energy Infrastructure from the Bipartisan Policy Committee, and finally, an article from Climate Wire on China Clean Energy Investment. I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and ask the witnesses to respond to questions promptly. Members should submit their questions by the close of business day, February 14th. Without objection, the subcommittee is adjourned.